never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say they were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
TikTok restored service following being dark for 16 hours in the U.S. after President-elect Donald Trump said he would issue an executive order to delay the legal ban on the platform. Trump spoke about the social media service being restored earlier today at a victory rally ahead of his inauguration tomorrow.
And as of today, TikTok is back.
In a statement, the company said Trump assured the leadership that they would face no penalties for continuing to provide Americans access to the app. It added the company will work with the Trump administration to preserve access to TikTok in the U.S. Trump has said he'll take action tomorrow to extend the deadline for Chinese-owned TikTok to sell to a U.S. company or face a ban. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is awarding Moderna $590 million to speed up the development of a bird flu vaccine.
Moderna's award includes a vaccine to protect against bird flu. The funding adds to the $176 million HHS gave Moderna in July and will also assist in paying for late-stage development, licensing, and clinical studies. Dozens of states have reported confirmed cases of bird flu in cattle, poultry, cats, and even humans. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports that the average price per gallon of gasoline right now is $3.12. Highest prices are in Hawaii. Lowest prices are in Mississippi. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
American Express is agreeing to shell out $230 million to settle a federal probe into their marketing practices.
The company is being investigated for allegedly committing fraud and using deceptive marketing practices. On Thursday, the Department of Justice announced that American Express agreed to pay $108 million to resolve allegations of fraud and $138 million for engaging in deceptive sales practices that gave customers incorrect tax advice. Amex released a statement confirming the settlement and saying the company cooperated extensively with authorities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Officials confirmed the famed observatory and broadcast transmission towers atop Mount Wilson overlooking L.A. have been spared from the Eaton fire.
Marty Shostrom, chief engineer for the EW Scripps Company, describes what would have happened if the towers burned.
No TV, no radio, no two-way, no emergency services, nothing.
The 14,000-acre-plus Eaton fire is over 50% contained. Firefighters are mostly working on putting out hot spots and fortifying containment lines. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new poll shows that some people are slow to wrap up the holidays.
While there's no official rule as to when holiday decorations come down, most will get put away on January 6th. That's the actual end of the 12 days of Christmas. But a recent one poll says 45% of us still have them up, and 21% of us will leave them up till the end of the month. But Psychology Today says it's okay, you're not a monster, even if you leave them up year-round. It just means you're extra festive. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
Lights, cameras, action. Here we go. Cue the microphone as we close out the weekend. All right, another new week. What a day coming on here. Nothing of significance, right? 20th day of January. Yeah, what a day. Of course, a holiday for many, Martin Luther King Day, federal holiday, kids out of school for another 3-day weekend. More importantly, it's Inauguration Day. Come high noon, which means we're less than 12 hours away. The swearing in of Donald J. Trump. What a day. Then, of course, as the evening progresses, we've got a national championship. College football, who's it going to be? The Ohio State Buckeyes or those Notre Dame Fighting Irish? Big day. So welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us as we kick it off here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yes, it's cold out there. Single digits at this point in time. I'd have to venture a guess we may be sub-zero before it's all said and done. And for sure, I am not alone. 6 degrees outside the secret bunker. I don't know that I've, in all my years of following the weather, sharing the weather with our listening audience during the overnight hours, I don't think I've ever seen the weather map with this many cold weather warnings. By the time the sun comes up here on a Monday morning, at least a portion of every state in the lower 48 will be below freezing, and a number of locations will be sub-zero. We share cold advisories, winter weather advisories, freeze warnings, frost warnings. Tonight we've got those sort of warnings all the way down to literally the Gulf Coast and the southernmost regions of Texas. But there are numerous states with the next level of warning, which is extreme cold warnings. Dakotas, portions of Minnesota, Wisconsin, eastern portions of Wyoming, northern Nebraska, all areas under extreme cold warnings. Those regions are talking wind chills 40 below zero overnight tonight and into early Monday. Then areas in the deep southeastern USA, portions of Alabama, Georgia, as I mentioned, all the way down into southern Mississippi, southern Alabama. They're referencing extreme cold warnings, although it will not be 40 below wind chills. But for these areas of the country, temperatures that they are not accustomed to seeing. So after this Arctic air is spilling into the south central and southeastern USA, later today, there's a storm that's going to be brewing along the Texas coast, and it's going to bring a swath of ice and snow across the Gulf Coast states as we get the new week underway. Frozen precipitation in areas they don't often see. Southernmost reaches of Texas are under winter storm warnings now, to include the Houston metro area, where they're looking for 3 to 5 inches of rain and some ice accretion. New Orleans as well, the southernmost regions of the Louisiana. Rain and drizzle first breaks out along the South Texas coast today. As the moisture expands northward, the storm is going to develop right along the coast. We'll see freezing rain, sleet, and snow begin to fall over central and northeastern Texas later Monday into Monday night, then continuing into Tuesday as the storm takes an eastward path along the upper Gulf Coast at first. Snow and ice continue to press eastward. In Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, ice or a wintry mix will be the primary form of precipitation all the way down along the Interstate 10 corridor. Depending on the storm track, an icy wintry mix may reach parts even of northern Florida. How often do you see frozen precipitation in places like Jacksonville? At some point, as the storm nears the Atlantic coast by later Tuesday night, it begins to track further north. How far it goes to the north may spare northeastern Florida and parts of coastal Georgia from snowfall, but a significant ice storm may unfold for parts of northern Florida and southeastern Georgia. More of a northward track could actually throw some heavy snow across northern Georgia, upstate South Carolina, western and central North Carolina as we look toward Tuesday night. Then the mid-Atlantic coast on Wednesday. The icy or wintry mix zone would extend into coastal areas of the Carolinas with such a more northern track. Now, how damaging this storm may be in the southern state depends on whether the primary form of precip in the ice or mix zone, will it be freezing rain? That's what you don't want, or sleet, which would not stick to the trees and power lines. While a buildup of freezing rain could create widespread damage to trees and power lines and long-lasting power outages, this storm may produce both forms of icy precipitation. Houston, you're no stranger to winter storms. Actually, over the past 130 years, 1 to 4 inches of snow have accumulated during many storms, including a whopping 19 inches from a storm back in mid-February of 1895. That blockbuster storm dropped 1 to 3 feet of snow in a massive swath that affected many areas further to the east and the south central states, including in New Orleans, where they actually got about 8 inches of snow. Lafayette, Louisiana picked up 14 inches of snow from that same storm. In this case, again, the Houston area is talking 3 to 5 inches of snowfall. Winter storm warnings are in place again later today. So we've got plenty to cover with our traveler's weather. We'll get more on that coming up here. The Santa Ana winds will be again returning to Southern California. They made quite a bit of progress in containment of the fires. For the first time, both the Palisades and the Eaton fire are more than 50% contained. Palisades, about 55% now. The Eaton fire is now 80% contained. With the concerns again later today, winds may again have wind gusts approaching 80 miles per hour. So those red flag warnings are again in place. More on that coming up here. We're underway on a Monday, and as promised, our good friend Josh Malloy will be joining us here right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, so we get a brand new week underway. As always, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, coming up, we'll get to some of our friends checking in via Facebook, YouTube. Yeah, back live on YouTube. Josh Malloy joins us this early Monday. Finally, good to have you checking in. How the heck are you, Josh?
Steve, how's it going, buddy? I'm doing great. I apologize. It's taken me this long to call in.
Well, I think, if memory serves, I think it was maybe back about April of 2024. We were looking for a new song to kind of open up the program each evening. And Josh said, I've got the perfect song. It's all about being out there on the road, got another 1,000 miles to go, another long night rolling in the rain. And we've been using 1,000 miles to open the program every night. A lot of folks really enjoy that song. So first of all, I want to thank you. So cool. I want to thank you for allowing us to use your song. I never had a clue how much behind the scenes goes in to getting the rights and the BMI and the ASCAP and all that BS they make you jump through to play music.
You and me both.
Yeah.
You and me both, buddy.
Well, let's start off. Tell the audience a little bit about yourself. I know that you are kind of a unique scenario when it comes to music. A lot of musicians kind of grow up playing instruments and whatnot. You had kind of a unique scenario. Kind of break it down how you started in the music biz.
Right. So, Steve, I was not a musician growing up. My grandpa was, and my dad was a music lover. He's messed around a little bit in the music industry with a band and stuff. My grandpa played, and most of my family plays actually. And I was a sports guy, and I guess kind of had an identity crisis after high school when sports ended. And somehow, by luck or God, I found a guitar, and it just came really natural, and I got into music. I went to a few concerts, and I thought, man, how cool would that be to do? And I'd had a guitar my grandpa gave me, and I kind of slowly started learning it, and it just kind of happened, and it's something that was, I guess, meant to be, because it turned out to be really natural and something I kind of fell in love with.
I mean, I could pick up a guitar, and I mean, I've never had the skill with the guitar, so it's, I guess for some people things come natural, and you were blessed with that gift, obviously.
Yes, I was blessed. There's no other explanation. It doesn't really make any sense, but yeah, for some reason I get to do this, some reason or another, but it's incredible. We've been doing it for probably, I don't know, I'm 31 now. I kind of first started when I was around 19. That's kind of when I cut my teeth on.
So definitely a later start getting into the biz. So you start tinkering around. I guess maybe start playing some little honky-tonks locally there. Josh is based out of Oklahoma, right? Born and raised Oklahoman?
Yes. Born and raised, Hennessy, Oklahoma.
Hennessy, Oklahoma. So at what point do you finally kind of break out and you say, let's actually record an album?
Well, so I got into the recording section very premature. Most people, they'll tour and play shows and record years later. And I'm like a DIY person, so I thought, hey, I can just figure this out and record. So really, I had only played a couple gigs before I recorded a record, and it was in my mom's closet. It sounds like it was recorded on an iPhone, but I believe I was living with my mom. It was right after high school, trying to figure out what college I was going to. I dropped out. I was at my mom's house, and I decided I was going to record me an album. So I made a little studio in her bedroom, and I recorded it, and it started getting some attention locally, just a little bit, and it was enough that I could start playing, weekend gigs at VFWs and dive bars in Oklahoma, and I did that for, 6 years, and I had pretty well come to terms with it was just going to be kind of a side deal, and I was, it was enough, it was good money, extra money on the weekends, and that's all I really thought it was going to be. And then, at one point, about 6 years down the road, I kind of got lucky, and a couple of my new songs gained some traction somehow, and I started getting some big opportunities. And I just kind of decided finally, after a few months later, I kind of started. I was a nurse. I'm a registered nurse, and I finally quit doing that, and just kind of decided, hey, I'm gonna see if this will work. And I guess God blessed me enough to where it did. I was able to quit my job, and the rest is kind of history.
And that's what I was referencing. I thought I was told that you were actually a nurse. I mean, going from a nurse career into music, that's a big change.
Right. And I'll tell you the story, Steve. I started out, I graduated high school. I went to Oklahoma State. I was going to be a business major. And I'm a pretty sporadic person. I've got a lot of ideas, and they change. I don't know if it's ADHD, whatever you want to call it, but I went there and I quit after 6 months. I moved back home, and then I decided I was going to do something more in sports, like athletic training, because that was what I grew up loving, stuff like that. And then from there, Steve, I decided I was going to get into real estate with my sister, so I got my real estate license, tried it for a year, wasn't something I liked, and finally I was like, man, I don't know what I want to do with my life. I guess my sister's a nurse, maybe I'll go to nursing school. So I did that, and I wound up working in a hospital, and that's kind of the last leg of the story. But as I was doing that, I was playing gigs, and they just kind of finally merged together, and I just kind of decided I'm going to try this music thing, and got some buddies together and started a band, and luckily found a good booking agent, and it just took off.
So now you're out, you record your first album, and what was your first, I guess, significant hit, the one that really got some big traction?
Well, locally, my first, I guess you could call it a hit then for me, was Washington Street. It's about it's the college bar. There's a strip in Stillwater, Oklahoma. It's called Washington Street. And that's kind of where I was hanging around. So some of the kids my age and in college heard it, and that started picking up locally, right? And my next leg up was a song called "Met the Devil in Oklahoma," and that was like a bigger one. That was my hit that started getting us known outside of Oklahoma, selling maybe like 100 tickets in a different state or something like that. That was huge for us at that time. And then more recently, it's been probably two and a half years ago, we put out a song called "Porch Light." It's also a song about being on the road and being away from your family, and that song has just blown up. I mean, I think it's still the top 25 country songs right now in the United States for sure, that is streamed, and globally it's somewhere up there too. I don't have any idea how, but people love the heck out of that song.
In this day and age, it's social media, right? It's your Facebooks, your YouTubes, your Instagrams, those sort of things that really can spread music. And it's also, I guess, a little more difficult for artists or musicians and writers to actually make money. Used to be you made tons of money by selling CDs.
Right. So, yes, it's a different ball game nowadays. Is the one leg we have to stand on is, I mean, still most people do, but you don't have to sign a record deal anymore. And if you don't do that, then you can make money. You can make a lot of money with streaming and playing shows. And thankfully, with the day and age we're in, we've been able to tell all the record labels no. And whereas they'd come in and, they'd give you an upfront deal, but they'd take 80% of everything you make on the streaming end. So we're able to say no, heck no, and own everything, and it's incredible. It helps get down the road and pay the bills and not have to scratch and claw our way anymore. So in a sense, to me, I never in a million years would even think we're where we're at. It's incredible.
So now you're out there, and you're actually, when we came down to Lexington this past summer, we brought some ugly weather. What a thunderstorm of a night that was, but you were able to get the show in. I was amazed how many people had, first of all, we're out there, we're talking about, we met some guys out there, and I said, where are you from? And it was so ironic how small the world is. They said, we're from a little town up in Ohio called Mount Gilead. I said, no way. I mean, that's where my employer base is. Mount Gilead is where Hot Shot Secret is based out of. So they had driven, I'd say, 5 hours to come down to that show in Lexington where we were. And I was amazed how many people, you were actually kind of the lead act, the main performance there. So you're opening for other big names. I know you're out there. You were out with Cody Jinks over the summer?
Right, yeah. And, Cody's one of the first guys. He kind of has a bit of a credit as to what we get to do, because it was his manager that kind of found me, and he emailed me and said, "Hey, I know you're not really doing anything." And I wasn't. I was playing, in a 50-mile radius from my house, and he heard that Met the Devil song on Spotify, and he said, "I'd like to book you, and I'm Cody Jinks' manager, and we love your song." And I didn't even see the email for 2 weeks, and then I read it, and I thought, this can't be real, because at this point in my career, I know Cody now, we're buddies, but at this point in my career, Cody Jinks was like, I didn't know anybody famous, I just thought, holy crap, that's Cody Jinks, that's unbelievable. So I made the call to him, and he was serious, and that's how I met Cody, and that's really how I got my foot in the door into bigger opportunities and stuff.
So now
we play with a bunch of bigger guys now.
You're literally playing all over the country now, because you were as far north as up in Wisconsin, Minnesota. You were Indianapolis. You were in the Northeast. Your list of concerts has grown. You've really become pretty big, I'd say, Josh. You're one of the up and coming stars there. Who doesn't live in Nashville?
Right, and thank you, Steve. And we found that you don't really have to. I like where we're based out of, because the Midwest and up north is kind of our bread and butter. I'd always thought, and I love Oklahoma, I love Texas, and we play them all the time. But I just had no idea that if you go up 35 from where I'm at, that there's people that like country music. Because before I started doing this, I'd never even been up north. I had no idea what the country was like. And over the past 3 years or 4 years, I've driven, or my dad, he drove for us a few years too. We've driven about every state in the country and multiple times, and been everywhere. And it's crazy. It's a lot smaller than you'd think, and it's cool because there's good people everywhere. And I don't know, I just didn't know what it was like meeting people outside of Oklahoma, really, and it's eye-opening. It's really cool.
And you're playing larger and larger venues with each passing year now as well. We got to get to a quick time out here. I'm a little bit off on my clock, but when we come, I want to ask you about you just did a song with something called the Muscadine Bloodline. Let's get to that right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say they were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Thank you.
Who books credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke?
AAA reports the average price of a gallon of gasoline today is $3.12. The most expensive is in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.17 a gallon. Lowest prices are found in Forest County, Mississippi at $2.59. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580.
Do you
800.
have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, kicking off a brand new week here. Spending a few minutes with Josh Malloy, rising star. So you're out there, you're meeting new people on the road, you're opening for others and headlining for some. You run into, who are these Muscadine guys?
So, Steve, Muscadine Bloodline, there's some Alabama guys, and before I started playing music, I liked a few of their songs. They've got a wide array of songs. They've got some country songs that the ladies would like, and then more recently they've got some some kind of old sounding country songs and some outlaw sounding country songs, and they're really neat. And I liked one of their songs a long time ago, and I kind of liked one of them on Instagram, and I'd followed them. And years later, when I finally started playing, they ended up hearing and liking one of my songs and asked if we'd come open a show for them, and we went and did it in Iowa, and we became pretty good buddies. And they're some like-minded guys. They're independent too. They're not with the record label, and so they've done it all themselves. They're totally independent. So we relayed a whole lot to that, and we decided, hey, let's write a song together. And that's what we did. We wrote that song together, and then I flew to Nashville, and we went and recorded it at one of their buddies' houses, and it was really everything we do is just really cool and pretty organic. It was just, it was easy, and it was us and just some dudes in a house in Nashville recording some music. We did it for a day or two and then flew home, and then they decided they were going to put it out, and that's just kind of how it went. And now we're pretty good buddies.
And now you've got the video. The song is entitled Ain't For Sale, and that's another part,
yes,
which I presume obviously is about your soul ain't for sale. Yeah, Josh, I was really impressed when I was at the show there in Lexington. I was talking with, I guess he's your lifetime friend that was running like your merchandise booth, and he told me before the show even started, he said, yeah, there's going to be a segment in here, and Josh makes it a point in every show to give our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ a moment his dues. Tell us a little bit about that.
Man, Steve, and I'm telling you, I'm not a preacher. I'm grumpy all the time and tired, and I'm far from perfect. But I know that God has, for some reason or another, allowed me to do this. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it honestly doesn't make any sense. I never in a million years thought I'd get to do something this fun. So I'm pretty much just trying to be thankful, to get to do this for however long I get to do it. I hope God lets me do it. But but I know that I'm only getting to do it because of him, so I figure I better give my thanks, while he's allowing me to do it.
Absolutely. Well, that's that's unusual in this day and age, Josh. That's just one thing. You don't hear a lot of that these days.
Oh, thank you, Steve. Yeah, that's just kind of my story. And if I didn't know, if I thought it was me getting to do it and that I deserved it, I would. But, man, it just almost fell into my lap. And, I mean, we work hard, but it's still, it's not something that anybody should get to go sit up on stage and for thousands of people to sing back to you, and you get to even enjoy beer while you're working. It's
right.
An awesome job,
Sure. So it's
it makes all my old jobs, feel a lot different.
Well, much like the truck driving life out there, it's got to be very difficult to juggle a home life, and now with a wife. And tell us, you met a beautiful young lady somewhere down the line, and now you've got two beautiful young girls. How do you juggle that, being on the road more and more, and trying to keep the home life together?
Well, Steve, like most of your listeners, we drive and drive and drive, and we're all pretty young at heart still, and I think the oldest guy in the band's 35, so we kind of have all decided amongst ourselves, I'm not the kind of guy that wants to be gone for a month at a time. I just don't have it in me. I'm not, if I had to do that, I'd do something else. I'm not willing to be gone from home that long. So we've kind of decided, hey, we'll go play Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and we don't mind driving. I mean, if we can make it make sense and make enough money, we'll drive. We'll leave on a Thursday morning or a Wednesday night if it's out of state, and we'll drive most of the way there, stay the night, play a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then we usually just bust it home. And we'll do that 3 times a month. So really we're playing 9 or 10 shows a month, and man, I'm home most Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays of the week. So So really, I mean, while I'm young and got energy, that's what we're doing. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to do that, but like you guys, I spend a lot of nights behind that wheel, and I've kind of come to enjoy it personally. It's kind of nice. I used to, when my dad drove for us, we'd kind of argue, and I'd say, no, I want to drive home after the show, because I'd get up there and, put on my headset, and I'd get listen to stuff and kind of just drive and relax, and it was nice. But I'd say we're home a lot more than a lot of bands because of our situation. We're not with a record label or a big management company that forces us to go play a bunch of shows and gets to take a lot of money. We get almost everything, all the money from every show, and so we don't have to really kill ourselves out there like some guys have to. We just kind of decided, we're not going to get a tour bus, which is going to cost $300,000 a year. We're going to drive what we got so that we don't have to be gone for months at a time.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. So you're now playing, you took a few weeks off here for the holidays. You toured right up until like November, was it, or October?
Yes. So we toured, our last show was actually in December, late December, I believe. And we've taken some time off, got some recording and writing done, and we actually start band rehearsals tomorrow. Tomorrow mornings are going to be our first time meeting back, and we're going to get in the groove and kind of add some new songs to the set list and get back to work and hit the road hard is what we're going to do the first couple months.
Now, do you write all your own music, or do you kind of collaborate with the band members, or?
I write, and I'd say 90% of everything, and I'm trying to broaden my horizon. I'm a kind of a control freak, and I'm learning that I can't control everything because I'd be spread too thin. So, and it's helping. Other guys, like a couple of guys in my band, have helped write some songs, and it's nice. But I would say I write 90% of what we do.
And and it's another thing. I mean, you've got everybody and their brother has a cover band out there. Most of your concerts are your original content. Now, you got to throw in a few covers of like a Hank Jr. or a Leonard Skinner, but most of your music is your music.
My favorite artist. Yes, yeah. And it hadn't always been like that. In the beginning, you had to play a lot of covers because nobody wants to hear songs they don't know. But we've been lucky enough with social media, and I still credit a lot of it to just going and playing the shows and coming back to the city and building more fans. There's still a lot to be said about, I don't know the term, I can't even think of it, but person-to-person contact. Most of our really loyal fans have seen us in concert and come back and back and back, and have kind of learned all the songs. But yeah, of course, social media and radio, and we've just been lucky that people have learned them.
So you're about to kick off your 2025 tour here. February 2nd, I think, you kick it off in, is it Oklahoma City?
Yes, we're going to be in Oklahoma City, and it's looking like it'll be our biggest headline show ever. Be about 2,500 people there, which is unbelievable to me because my golly, Steve, 4 years ago I was playing in Oklahoma, or 5 years ago, to 10 or 15 people, and most of them were my friends and family. So to even be able to do something like that's just awesome. It's crazy, and it's going to be our first show back and our biggest show ever. So it's going to be an awesome start to the year.
And then you're on the road. I've got your schedule. So like you said, you do a Friday, Saturday, go home for a few days, and then kind of head out again for. And
sometimes we will stay gone for 2 weeks. So and it's rare, but most of the time I'd say we do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sometimes we'll do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But yeah, we'll be pretty well everywhere the next couple months.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure being able to use your song 1,000 Miles to open up our program every night. I'm hoping to, I shared a bunch of your songs on my Facebook page this past day when I kind of posted you were going to be joining us here this morning. So you hit the road in February, and a big summer tour you're anticipating here, Josh?
I think so, Steve. I'm pretty optimistic. I like our chances at keeping growing, and we're just going to keep hammering it out on the road. And we're probably going to play more shows this year than we did last year because I had a new baby last year, and this year she'll be she's already 6 or 7 months old, and my wife's awesome. So we're gonna see if we can play a few more this year and see how it goes. But yeah, we're gonna hit it.
Excellent. Well,
and I do thank you guys for using my song, and I'll have to call in more often. Ed'll get on me if I don't. He's pretty good at it.
That's right. Well, I said, I tell him. He said, well, Steve, why hasn't he called in? I said, well, he's a busy guy. He's on the road. I mean, it's just, and of course we are an overnight. I said, most people don't stay up till midnight, so it's the truck drivers out there working all night.
Right. If we were playing, our schedules don't match up great because, I'm on usually driving Friday, Saturday, Sundays, but we'll get some call-ins while I'm on the road this year. I'll make sure of it.
That'll be great. All right. Well, yeah, speaking of Big Ed, I thank him for kind of putting us together and getting us lined up there. It's great to.
Thank you, Big Ed.
I got to get out to see more of your shows there when you're in our region of the country.
Hey, well, you're welcome anytime. Maybe we can do a ticket giveaway to the audience, guys. We can do something like that sometime. Maybe next time I call in, we can come up with something.
So for the audience members that may not know, where do they find you on your YouTube? You got a Facebook page. What's the best way to find you? You get your own website or?
Any of them is, yes, they're pretty much just ran by us, and it's my name, Josh Malloy Music. I actually commented on when we were on break, I got on there and was reading through comments, and I commented on there. So I'm in the comments somewhere, but anywhere you want to find me, it's Josh Malloy Music.
And one last thing. I think when I got the opportunity to meet you, it was funny. It might have been your last show before you did something dastardly last year. One of your signature, your looks, Josh, you had the long, flowing, curly hair like a country boy, Something prompted you to cut your locks off.
Oh, man, Steve. It's one of those things that you wake up in the morning and you get that feeling. And I've fought it off for years, but I woke up and I thought, I'm going to cut my hair today. And everybody said, Josh. And I knew, Josh, don't do it. But you know what? I did it. My wife loves it. I miss my hair. maybe I'll grow it back out.
Yeah, well, that's the good thing about it. You can always grow it back, but it's definitely a different look. But I mean, you can go see Josh's videos with his signature long hair. And his latest, if you pull that up with "Ain't for Sale," the Muscadine Bloodline, I see you got the short hair and the cowboy hat.
I do. I got the short hair. I'm rocking the short hair for now. We'll see what this year brings, though.
But you know what? It did not affect the voice. The voice is the same.
Yeah, it's the same. People are still coming to the shows. I had a quick worry that, oh man, nobody's going to recognize me. But you know what? It's been okay.
That's great. All right. Well, I guess I'll let you get some rest so you can get up in the morning and get ready to start practicing for the new tour.
All right, Steve. Yeah, I got a busy morning. I got to take my dog to the vet and run a few errands, and then my buddies will probably start showing up, and we'll get going.
There you go. Well, best wishes for a very, I guess, good concert tour, a good summer. It's a new year. It's a new day. It's Inauguration Day, Josh. We're all pretty excited about this.
It sure is, isn't it?
Yes.
I didn't even think of that. You're right. It's 20. Man, time flies by.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Well, yeah, call us anytime you're out there. If you're up and on the road, whatever, feel free to dial us up.
Hey, Steve, I'll do it. I'll call you guys back.
Thank you. Josh Malloy. Josh Malloy Music. Find him on YouTube, Facebook. I shared a bunch of one of my favorite songs. And I told him when I got the chance to meet him backstage there in Lexington I said, my go-to-sleep song is called You Here Tonight. It's just the harmonies, the melody, and I'll just say, Alexa, play You Here Tonight by Josh Malloy. And next thing you know, I'll doze off. Round the country, 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All righty, 9 before the hour, 844-844-3388. That's our number. It's kind of comical. I think back. Yeah, we were down at that show in Lexington. And of course the band, they had driven all day. And Josh was trying to get a nap in. And I'm trying to call his number and wake him up. And I wanted to get backstage to say hi. So once he finally got up, got a shower, and got to go back to the green room, he opens up the door and says, "Come on in." I introduced my wife, and my mom was with me, of course. And I felt like I had known him for years, because I had been playing his tune here and really had started getting into his other music, and I gave him a hug, and I don't know if I caught him off guard, but it's like, hope he didn't think I was a Fruit Loop. It was so cool to meet him, when he's down to earth. He sat down and chatted with us, introduced us to the band members. Love that steel guitar player. Man, I told him, you can make that steel guitar sing. All right, hello to Philly Dan. He was on board out of the box there. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Big win for the Philadelphia Eagles, beating the Rams in the Snow Bowl. All right, let's go Eagles. Yeah, we're down to the Final Four. I personally thought the Lions were going all the way. I think they're referencing that as a major upset. Washington Commanders taking down those Lions. All right, Tank says, good morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Pappy is on board. Yes, indeed. 7 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. He says, I got smokes to roll, buttons to polish, and long johns to set out for the next 2 days of freezing temperatures at work. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Throw another log on the fire. Let's get this inauguration show started. We are the people of this great nation, the United States of America. Hammer down. Yes, it is Inauguration Day. All right, Jeffrey joins us from Florida this morning. Daniel, morning, Steve, from Sumner, Washington. We're in the lower 40s, so the weather's actually good. I'd love to have that 40. We actually had a bit of a meltdown over the weekend, both Friday and Saturday. Yeah, 40, I think we hit 44 on Saturday. A lot of the ice melting away, snow melting away, and we knew the big, deep freeze was coming back again. All right, good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, be safe, 23 degrees in Paramus, New Jersey. Headed over to Hartford, Connecticut. Roads are in good shape. Still got a few slick spots around that could use a little bit of attention. Gary, hello, Steve, all the overnight crew, the greatest Monday ever. God bless President Trump. There you go. Let's see. Good morning, Steve, checking in from Price, Utah. Bye-bye to Pete Buttigieg. There's a new sheriff in town. Good Monday morning. Hello, Jerry. Very cold. 4 degrees here in Kokomo. And the wind is picking up big. A big thanks goes out to everyone at Hot Shot Secret for keeping you on the air and the trucks safely on the roads. Larson, what another thriller in Tulsa. Crazy race. That was the Chili Bowl Nationals, right? I tagged you on Facebook with some of the news. All right, very cold, 27 in Woodstock, Georgia tonight. Hello to James. Good to have you with us. Kind of scrolling down. Marianne is in the house. James says forecast wind chills by 7 a.m. Going to be 0 there in Woodstock, Georgia. Big Ed is in the house this Monday. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 27 degrees at this hour. Had to run the truck to turn on the APU and make sure it was treated with Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel. Plus, I've got a bottle of the Winter Rescue just in case. So my truck will be nice and toasty and none of my drinks freeze when I pick up from Florida tomorrow. I had a broker friend call me and say they had a truck with a load of theirs frozen up in Wyoming. So I sent them pictures of the Hot Shot Secret product they needed to get that truck up and running again. That's the Diesel Winter Rescue. Had a few great days of birthday celebration. A lot of Facebook well-wishers out there, texts and calls, birthday cake, ice cream with the grandkids. Hope to have it topped off later today with an Ohio State Football National Championship. All right. As Pappy said, it's less than 12 hours until Donald J. Trump is sworn in as our 47th president, and we can start to take our country back. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there and go Buckeyes. Let's see what's going on with old Knucklebuster this morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. It's colder than a whale digger's backside in July than that there, buddy. It's 26 over here in Little Rock. So, I'm kind of disappointed Josh didn't stay on there long enough to let me ask him a couple of questions there, right? But anyway, maybe next time. I wanted to congratulate him for having 1,000 miles on Taylor Sheridan's land, man.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Song.
I forgot to mention that to him. You're right. Hey, Knucklebuster, I should have looked at the clock. Yeah, we only had a minute, so we're going to take care of the news break. We'll come back to you. I'm sure he'll be willing to come back on sometime and answer some questions from listeners.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say they were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
TikTok restored service following being dark for 16 hours in the U.S. after President-elect Donald Trump said he would issue an executive order to delay the legal ban on the platform. Trump spoke about the social media service being restored earlier today at a victory rally ahead of his inauguration tomorrow.
And as of today, TikTok is back.
In a statement, the company said Trump assured the leadership that they would face no penalties for continuing to provide Americans access to the app. It added the company will work with the Trump administration to preserve access to TikTok in the U.S. Trump has said he'll take action tomorrow to extend the deadline for Chinese-owned TikTok to sell to a U.S. company or face a ban. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is awarding Moderna $590 million to speed up the development of a bird flu vaccine.
Moderna's award includes a vaccine to protect against bird flu. The funding adds to the $176 million HHS gave Moderna in July and will also assist in paying for late-stage development, licensing, and clinical studies. Dozens of states have reported confirmed cases of bird flu in cattle, poultry, cats, and even humans. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.12. Highest prices are in Hawaii. Lowest prices are in Mississippi. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
American Express is agreeing to shell out $230 million to settle a federal probe into their marketing practices.
The company is being investigated for allegedly committing fraud and using deceptive marketing practices. On Thursday, the Department of Justice announced that American Express agreed to pay $108 million to resolve allegations of fraud and $138 million for engaging in deceptive sales practices that gave customers incorrect tax advice. Amex released a statement confirming the settlement and saying the company cooperated extensively with authorities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Officials confirmed the famed observatory and broadcast transmission towers atop Mount Wilson overlooking L.A. have been spared from the Eaton fire.
Marty Shostrom, chief engineer for the EW Scripps Company, describes what would have happened if the towers burned.
No TV, no radio, no two-way, no emergency services, nothing.
The 14,000-acre plus Eaton fire is over 50% contained. Firefighters are mostly working on putting out hot spots and fortifying containment lines. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new poll shows that some people are slow to wrap up the holidays.
While there's no official rule as to when holiday decorations come down, most will get put away on January 6th. That's the actual end of the 12 days of Christmas. But a recent one poll says 45% of us still have them up, and 21% of us will leave them up till the end of the month. But Psychology Today says it's okay, you're not a monster, even if you leave them up year-round. It just means you're extra festive. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back for hour number 2 on a Monday. Yeah, the greatest day of the week. You know, maybe in this one instance, I'll go along with Cap and Ron. It should be the greatest day of the week, this inauguration day. I'm looking over the I didn't realize Josh had a number of fans that had tuned in to catch his interview this early morning. Rachel said, my favorite Josh Malloy music that's been released lately is Last Call and Ain't For Sale. That's the one that they teamed up with the Muscadine Bloodline. Dakota, big fan here of Josh. Dakota from Oklahoma. Billy's on board. Good morning, Steve. The overnight drive headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then up to Alexandria, Virginia today. Have a great day. Loopy, there he is. I mentioned the merchandise guy. That was Josh's, I guess, best friend growing up. Loopy the merch guy is what we Malloy fans call him. And Loopy actually tuned in to say hello. All right, good to have you guys on with us. Rachel said, "Time flies by." The song title. All right. Looks like Big Ed is actually on the line here, coming up. So let me get back to, all right, thanks for hanging in there, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for holding me over, Mr. Steve. Yeah, he done I heard it on Landman there, too, and I told Tennessee, I said, that's Steve's opening song, too. So he's gotten pretty good with that. Yeah. He's got a great voice. He's gonna do good. Does he write his own music?
90%, yes.
Well, Alan Jackson writes all of his music. I mean, he records a few other people, too, but, you know, Elvis never wrote a song, but he could sing a lot of songs. That's what made him popular, and the women was crazy over his look. George Strait is the same way. He never wrote a song, but he sings a lot of music, and the women love his look there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, back in the early 80s, before I ever started driving a truck, I used to promote a few shows for nonprofit groups. Well, I met Jeannie and Royce Kendall, Boxcar Willie, Tim McGraw. That's just to name a few. They were nice people, man. Very nice. And if you ever get a chance to go backstage to meet an entertainer, behave yourself, right?
Right. Yes.
You can't do like I do. I was going to give Josh a couple of lyrics he'd throw at him there. You know, I've got one that I don't know what to do with. Is watching your headlights get smaller in my rear view mirror, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and since today is inauguration day, goodbye, Joe, you got to go, me, oh, my, oh. Your cream will be your pain and your booty hole. But I'll leave all that for today. And, you know, I could officially retire today, Steve, but I'm not going to. I just miss you too much.
Well, that's nice. How about that?
I know that's right. That's kind of thing won't let me retire because I got to keep working. She's 3 years younger than me, so she said I had to keep providing insurance for her. So
right.
There we go. Well, that's all you need to get quiet for a little while. I'll call in a little later on there and keep us both awake all morning. I'm headed for Big D, and it's cold, Steve. 25 over here in Little Rock.
Yeah, I apologize for leaving the barn door open up here, but yeah, it's cold, baby. It's cold outside. Everybody got their weather alerts. You see what? Are you with me?
I'm with you. I'll tell you what, I was worried there. Because Josh had shot me a message this morning. Say, hey, you know, it was on where you and I and Josh were doing a group text. I don't know if you've seen that. Said, hey, give me the number. I'm going to call in. And I thought, well, Steve's probably asleep, so I shot him the number, and I thought, God, I hope they connect up. Yeah. And I tried to call you a couple of times because I know you was busy show prepping. So, but I was just so thankful you guys got connected there. Boy, that was a great interview. Yeah. You know, Dakota, that's his cousin, the gentleman that's listening to your show.
Yeah, okay.
Rachel's a sister.
Oh, okay.
He got a great family, you know, and I'm blessed to, which I went to school with his aunt, and when her and I started visiting, and I just started hearing Josh. I knew where he was from, and when I heard him, I thought, man, here is the real deal. And I don't mean to compare him to others, you know. The only person that come out of American Idol that I even remotely listened to is Carrie Underwood. and that's just based on her background and what she's gone through in her personal life. But anybody else, it's hard for me to relate to unless they can get my heart, and to get my heart, you have to have lived the life that I've lived. And I think that's what with a lot of other people. When you can get somebody that's lived your life and knows what it's like to get up in the morning and have a flat tire and get out there and have to change that tire so you can get to work. You take Toby Keith. He worked in the oil field. He knows what it's like to get out there in the cold, the wind, the rain, and just freeze his behind off. Well, Josh is the same way, which his grandpa, which was a great man. I loved his grandpa. I knew that's Denise's dad. His name was Curtis. He was a pretty good singer himself. If you ever listen to some of the recordings that Josh has of his granddad. Now, I knew Josh's dad going to school, and they're just so down to earth. And so when I first heard Josh, I thought, you know, you and I was talking about what you could do to enhance your show. And I said, hey, Steve, I said, let's hook you up with this young and up-and-coming singer out here. And, you know, you're trying to grow your show. You know, you've got your old people like myself and Knucklebuster and everybody else, but we also want to pick up this younger generation.
Right.
And we got to find something to identify with the younger generation with. And so not only does it open doors for Josh, for this older generation guys like myself, Knucklebuster, you know who I'm talking about, that this young man lived the life that we live. How many times we've been out there all night or all day driving, then you got to shut down, you got to slow your mind down, and they give you 10 hours to get your rest in, and probably 3 of those 10 hours you're still trying to wind down because you just don't, unless you're just dead dog tired and your eyeballs are dragging, just shut your mind down. At least I can't do it. So he you know, Josh is the same way. Him and his band, they're out there playing. You know, they got all that energy flow going, and after the concert, they've got to shut it down or get in the bus and to continue to go on down the road and trying to dispel that energy before they can actually just pull over and get maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep. So that's just what makes him, to me, so great, and that he can identify with what we all go through out here. And so I just thought that was a great interview. You know, I'm privileged. I've been blessed. I got to spend the holidays with Denise and her family and eat dinner with them. And I wish people could just be around Josh because he's so infectious with his down-to-earthism. And, you know, my funniest thing was last year, I was over at his grandmother's house eating Christmas dinner with him. And this is right after I first met Josh. And we're sitting there, and his grandmother made a ham, and, you know, that ham, they put those little cloves or whatever it is in them. And, like, you know what I'm talking about?
Right, yeah, yep.
We're sitting there eating, and all of a sudden Josh jumps up and says, Grandma, this ham's got ants in it. I thought his grand, and I'm sitting there eating a piece of that ham, and I'm looking for ants in my ham. And I thought his grandmother was going to pass out. Her name's Cherry. She was listening to you. And but you know what, Dakota, the young man that's listening, he's been in the hospital for the last couple of months. He got hurt, busted up his legs. Well, he spent most all of the holidays in the hospital. And then his sister Rachel, she just broke her ankle. And so she banged up where she can't put no weight on her ankle for 6 months. His dad had shoulder rotor cuff surgery and then he's had his knee replaced, and he's having difficulty with his knee from an infection. So, you know, the pains are real that he has to deal with. Because their family's very close. And so him emotionally dealing with that and dealing with what he deals with, he is just a super, super young man. And Knucklebuster said it right. He's just gonna take off, But he identifies with us, and so yeah, that's a great interview, Steve. So, but I just happen to be lucky, and then but you and Josh is the one that made this go, not me. I'm just kind of a whisperer behind the scene there on you. And I was so grateful because I was worried. I was thinking, Josh, call in. You got a big audience out there. Let's let them hear the real guy. And it's like you said, the hair didn't change him. His voice is the same.
Yep.
And he can always grow that hair back. But the words that he puts into his music, they're real. And that's why I love it, because he writes his own music. Is he lives that life. And like I said, I don't like to compare singers to other singers, but to me, he's got that Toby Keith factor. Toby Keith lived his life. He lived what he was singing about. Josh does too. So that's my part of it. Other than that, I'm just lucky that he considers me a friend. I know I'm going to go to his Oklahoma City concert, and then I'm going to get back out on the road. You probably won't be hearing from me as much, Steve, especially after the football game tonight. Once I hit that 70 threshold and that I told you so about the game, you ain't going to hear from me as much because I'm going to get more concentrating on hitting that road. And I do have first dibs on if he does decide to go buy a bus, I want to be the bus driver so I can haul him around.
Really?
And, I put dibs in because, they have a hard time sleeping, and they need to be getting a rest for the next big old gig they're going to be doing. But I don't see that happening because I love being out there on the road. And if I went to work for Josh, he'd get mad and fire me. And then, I can only be, I think people can only tolerate me for so long, just like you want to kick me off the show, So, anyway, Steve, loved the interview. You guys did great. Josh, we loved your music, and I'll let you go, and we'll be calling you tonight after the ball game.
There you go, the big night tonight. All right, and you're gonna tune into the inauguration at noon today.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, most definitely. Congratulations to President Trump, and I don't necessarily agree with this Bitcoin thing they're all getting all excited about, but that's another story for another time. But yeah, I'm ready to reap the benefits of our new president, what he's going to do for the country as a whole. Thanks, Steve. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you very much. And, later on tonight, we'll find out. Final pick of the season, college football from the prognosticator of prognosticators. Of course, word came down over the weekend. I kind of suspected, as we were following the weather last week, how cold it was going to be in D.C., and quite honestly, it would be dangerous for people standing out there for literally 5-6 hours and longer for some. In those kind of temperatures and the winds, the sub-freezing temperatures forecast for today prompted them to move the inauguration, taking the oath from inside the Capitol Rotunda. So almost everyone visiting Washington won't actually be able to see it in person. The decision to move it indoors, first time in 40 years that a president will not be sworn in on the Capitol steps. Plans are underway to accommodate some attendees at the city's pro basketball and hockey arena. But here's what we know about the arrangements so far. Updates will come as they scramble to change plans. The rotunda is prepared as an alternative for each inauguration in the event of inclement weather. The swearing-in was last moved indoors 1985. That was Ronald Reagan's second term. Now, this is going to be the lowest inauguration temperature since that day. So President Joe Biden, members of Congress, and other dignitaries and notable guests will be able to view the ceremony from inside the Capitol. Workers were installing a small platform in the rotunda Friday. The U.S. Capitol Police said that outside ticketed areas at the Capitol will actually be closed due to the extreme cold weather. So even if people wanted to gather as Trump takes the oath inside, they won't be allowed. National Weather Service predicting that the temperature will be about 22 degrees at the noon hour today when he is sworn in. That would be the coldest, again, since Reagan's second inauguration. The D.C. with the wind chill factor could take temperatures into severe record lows. Yeah, there's an Arctic blast sweeping the country. And Trump over the weekend posted, "I don't want to see people hurt or injured in any way." So back in 2009, it was 28 degrees for then President Obama swearing in. Biden sworn in 4 years ago, a relatively balmy 42 degrees. Now, Monday's forecast temperature is about the same as it was in, 64 years ago when John F. Kennedy took the oath in a 22-degree chill. And after crews worked overnight clearing 8 inches of fresh snow from the parade route, Kennedy delivered a speech from the Capitol's East Steps without a topcoat. A half-century earlier, William Howard Taft held his 1909 inauguration indoors after 10 inches of snow fell. Yeah, that's when the inauguration was still held back on March the 4th, not January the 20th. Now, in his social media post about the weather-related change, Trump said that various dignitaries and guests would be taken into the rotunda for the ceremony. It's not clear how many that meant or who it's going to be. According to the notice from the Sergeant at Arms of the U.S. House that was sent to congressional offices, the vast majority of the seats that had been planned for an outdoor ceremony will be excluded, and those tickets will just become, I guess, commemorative. Yeah, they were still deciding whether they can admit people who have tickets in sections 3 and 4, which would have been right in front of the stage outdoors. Now, according to the Trump's post, Capital One Arena, where the incoming president held his rally this past afternoon, will be open again today, Monday, for a live viewing of the historic event. Now, they didn't have any details how to sign up for a seat inside the arena today. Now, what about the parade? Trump also said that Capital One Arena would host the presidential parade. Another tweak from tradition. Trump also said he would join the crowd at Capital One after he takes the oath. The parade is managed by the Joint Task Force National Capital Region. They were working over the weekend to figure out what changes need to be made and how the parade will go on. Now, they asked not to be named to provide details ahead of the announcement on how the parade's going to continue. Normally, thousands of people line the parade route from the Capitol to the White House, which the president typically traverses following the swearing-in ceremony. Marching bands and other participants from around the country come to Washington to participate, so presumably they will also be part of the newly arranged indoor festivities. Let's see. Are the other inaugural events still happening? According to Trump, yes. The Republican president-elect said that other inaugural events, including, yes, the Sunday rally and his participation in 3 inaugural balls coming up later tonight, will take place as scheduled. Now, some were saying, well, if I choose not to go now, can I get a refund? Tickets to the inauguration, when it was planned to be outside, are free, so no refunds are needed for that. Associated Press inquiries about any plans by American Airlines and United Airlines to offer refunds or other arrangements for travelers changing their plans were not immediately answered. Delta Airlines and Southwest Airlines said they were planning no change in policy. Similar requests to hotel chains, including Hilton, IHG, Marriott, and Best Western hotels, were not immediately answered. Transportation Department spokesperson advised travelers to find information on the Fly Rights Consumer Guide. I guess that's for air travelers. All right, so the weather in D.C., with the wind chill factor, going to be very, very cold today. So you got to just kind of go with the flow, right? Otherwise, news break coming up here. Lee Greenwood said he is honored to perform today before Trump takes the oath. And I've got other updates coming up. We'll give you the breakdown. Just how cold is it going to get here in the new week? The relentless and bitter cold that's on track in earnest across a wide swath of the nation this week. I can't help but wonder, I question, especially for like the great state of Texas, is the power grid up to this task? The power demand is going to be off the charts with such a vast area in freezing weather. We return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say they were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Thank you.
Who gets credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke?
AAA reports the average price of a gallon of gasoline today is $3.12. The most expensive is in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.17 a gallon. Lowest prices are found in Forest County, Mississippi at $2.59. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, for at least portions of every state in the lower 48, even California, Florida, the deep south, we're dealing with freezing temperatures this morning. Of course, in the north central states, it is bitter cold. This is going to have wide-reaching impacts on everyday life and the economy, and as I mentioned just before the break, stressed power grids with the increased heating demands, closed schools, dangerous wind chills as low as minus 50, according to AccuWeather's Haley Taylor. From now till midweek, several records will be challenged due to the cold influx across the east. We're talking both record low highs and overnight low temperatures from Monday to Wednesday in jeopardy. This cold snap is coming at the climatological peak of winter, when historical average temperatures are actually at the lowest values in many parts of the country. Since this is the heart of winter, record lows are near their lowest values as well. So this may prevent widespread record-setting temperatures, but some record low temperatures will likely be broke this week. The cold core of the cold is on track to arrive today, Monday and Monday night, across the Dakotas, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Actual daytime temperatures today will not get above 0 degrees. Overnight temperatures dropping to as low as 20, 30 below zero. Cities like Minneapolis, among some locations, projected to be at or below the 0 degree mark for an extended period of time. This is going to put a strain on the energy supply, with residents trying to keep their homes and businesses warm enough. By Tuesday and Wednesday, the cold expands eastward to places like Philadelphia. Daytime temperatures only climbing into the upper teens. The last time the city of brotherly love observed a high in the teens was late December of 2022. Those breezy conditions are going to persist from the Midwest to the Ohio Valley. Forecasters say there could be a swath of winds blowing out of the west to northwest from places like Des Moines all the way to Philadelphia as we kick off the work week here. Early week, wind gusts are generally going to range 20 to 25 miles per hour. From Tuesday night to Wednesday, energy swirling into the north central states will bring even stronger gusts, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds from Montana to Nebraska. So even a slight breeze with the frigid conditions can drop the wind chills substantially. The risk of cold weather-related illnesses, frostbite, hypothermia, lung or immune system impacts will increase as well. In areas that experience windy conditions like much of the Midwest early this week, wind chills are going to reach minus 40, maybe minus 50. It will feel brutally cold, and anyone venturing outside could get frostbite on exposed skin literally in a matter of minutes. Now, for those who have to work outdoors, no matter the conditions, like farmers, utility company workers, emergency personnel, the plow drivers, going to have to take extreme extra measures to protect against the bitter cold, probably right on into midweek here. Meanwhile, we'll discuss the winds out west. Another Santa Ana wind event forecast to kick in. AccuWeather shared, I found this rather interesting. We may experience something called, they're called frost quakes in areas especially where we saw the warm-up over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, into the 40s. A lot of melting. So the melting kind of soaking in to the ground. And all that's going to now go into the deep freeze. The coldest era of the winter, the Arctic Express could set off loud booms that feel like earthquakes. They call them frost quakes. When plummeting temperatures cause water in the ground to freeze, as the ice expands, stress builds up in the ground, and when the pressure becomes too great, the ground gives way, creating a loud pop and a rumble, similar to an earthquake. Now, within the U.S., they happen most often across the central and northern plains into parts of the Northeast, but any place that can have saturated ground and a rapid freeze cycle may experience them. This week's Arctic blast, with the sub-freezing temperatures as far south as the Gulf Coast, which could also set off frost quakes in areas that rarely experience the phenomenon. Despite being similar to earthquakes, they're not related to the movement of the tectonic plates. As a result, frost quakes are localized events with a smaller risk of damage. They're also known as cryoseisms and can lead or be loud enough to actually jolt people awake in the middle of the night. These typically occur between midnight and dawn during the coldest part of the night due to the haphazard occurrence and generally minor effects. There's not a lot of scientific data about these things, but it seems that the particular combination of weather conditions is more important than the type of geology or soil when it comes to where they actually occur. You feel a jolt in the middle of the night? All right, it's 844-844-3388. A new week, a new day. Inauguration Day is upon us. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I'll wait until tomorrow. I'll wait until tomorrow before I go in and raise hell about the inauguration. I told you I've been waiting for that day, but I'm gonna wait until Donald Trump officially in the White House before I say what I gotta say about that situation tomorrow night. tomorrow night he will officially be the president. So he's not the president right now. So I'm not gonna pre-up myself and say something tonight. But I got some other things to say about Trump, Steve. But before I get to Trump, I wanted to talk about the weather right quick. You know, I live in Texas. I got the hell out of Texas. I rolled out of Texas the day I was at home, and I got the hell out of there because, like I said, I don't trust those people on driving in snow and ice. They don't even have the equipment. They don't have the equipment for that type of stuff down in Texas, Dallas, Houston, or San Antonio. And they say they expecting snow in Houston and San Antonio with ice too. And believe me, the record people, man, they like a bunch of vultures right now because they know they're going to make some damn money. They're going to make plenty of money over the next couple of days in Houston and San Antonio because for some reason those people think you can ride. The speed limit is 75 in Texas. For some reason they think that they can still drive 75 on ice. So I guess people got to learn the hard way. So like my advice to any truck drivers that's headed to Texas, you might want to postpone your destination because there's a lot of dangerous drivers on the road and you might be involved in an accident of not of your making. Like I said, I've been living in Texas just about my whole life, Steve, and I don't trust those people driving on ice. They don't want to slow down for some reason, and that's the number one thing you need to do on ice is slow down. But these idiots think their cars got skates on them, I guess. But yeah, it's already cold. When I rolled through Houston today this afternoon, it was already, wind chill was like about 18 or 19 degrees. With the wind, it was like about 29 degrees, but the wind was blowing real hard. Usually when a storm comes into Texas, you know, because it usually comes from the north anyway, there's a lot of wind that kind of like blows the storm. And so you can always tell when a cold snap is coming into Texas. So it's damn sure in Houston. And like I say, all they need is a little bit of rain, and it'll definitely turn into snow or ice because it's cold enough in Houston for it to happen. So we'll see what happens on Monday and Tuesday. They've already canceled school in the Houston area, San Antonio. The kids are not going to school. Well, I don't think they were going to go to school anyway because tomorrow is Martin Luther King Day, but Monday is a holiday. But they've already canceled school in a lot of places in Texas due to this ice storm that's going to show up. So, like I said, Steve, I got the hell out of town. My girlfriend asked me why I was in such a hurry to leave because I wasn't supposed to leave until Monday. You know, but I said, no, I'm getting the hell out of here now. I'm headed over to Florida right now. So I got the hell out of here. I'm on Interstate 10. It's pretty good where I'm at right now. So she said, why are you leaving home early? I said, you need to check the news and you'll see why I'm leaving early. That's why I'm getting the hell out of Texas before that ice storm hit. So I'm making my way towards Florida right now. But yeah, I wanted to say some things about Trump now, Steve. Got some things to say before I talk about the inauguration tomorrow. Now, last night, Steve, as I was watching the football game last night, the Detroit Lion game, it ended up pretty late last night when it was like I think around about 9 or 10 o'clock or something like that when it finally finished. And as I'm looking at my cell phone, a message comes across my phone. And I'm like, well, what the hell is going on? And I look at the phone more closely, and they sent a message that TikTok has been turned off in the United States, is no longer in operation. I said, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? I thought they said that they was gonna keep TikTok on for another, 60 to 90 days until they can go through the court proceedings and everything. And I said, okay, well let me go to my phone and go to the TikTok app, and I pressed the button for TikTok, and guess what I saw? It said TikTok is discontinued in the United States of America. So I went to bed. I said, okay, I guess it's over for TikTok. I guess it's all over. I guess Joe Biden and his people really did get rid of it. So I'm sitting in a sports bar today, Steve, watching the playoff games, and I'm sitting beside a guy, and we start a conversation, and I tell him that I told him that TikTok had been turned off. And he said, yeah, it was turned off, but guess what? It's turned back on. I said, you got to be kidding me. I said, you got to be lying. So he goes to his cell phone, and he shows me his phone, And guess what they have on the phone when you check it out, Steve? There's a message on there when you first turn TikTok on. It says, due to Donald Trump helping out, TikTok is now being reinstated in the United States of America. I couldn't shock that TikTok was back on that fast. So it just goes to show you, Steve, Donald Trump makes things happen. You see what happened with the hostages last week. He issued a threat to those people, and you see how quick they got them people the hell out of there. Donald Trump is making things happen, and he ain't even officially the president yet. So everybody, it looks like it's going to be a good ride for the next 4 years, Steve. America is finally going to be back on track and be made great again because Joe Biden is, like I say, hopefully Trump can dig us out of the ditch that we're in. You know, Biden put us in a big hole, and he almost buried us, but we still got a little bit of life left in us. And I think Donald Trump might be able to get us out of that hole and get America back on track again. Now, as far as the inauguration goes, Steve, I'm kind of glad. I think that that's a blessing from God because I have been hearing a lot of rumors about some things could possibly go wrong at this inauguration. I'm kind of glad that the weather came in and they decided to go to an indoor venue because, like I've been telling you in the preceding weeks, it's hard to keep a visual on all those people in an outdoor deal. You know, the bad guys. And I really didn't feel like Donald Trump would be safe in an outdoor venue. So I'm glad that they're moving it indoors. They can screen everybody before they go in. They know who the hell's in that building. They know somebody ain't got no damn gun or a bomb or some other nonsense, and they can keep everybody safe because there's a lot of bad people in this country. And that's the next thing, Steve. Hopefully on day number one, which will be the 21st, Donald Trump is going to initiate, as he's been saying, the biggest deportation in the history of the United States of America. It's going to start, and they're going to start getting these people out of here. And that's exactly what they need to do, Steve. Get them out. Because a lot of these people got bad intentions, and they taking money and resources away from hard working of Americans. I got a real big problem when I see a guy sitting on a freeway ramp in a wheelchair, a Vietnam veteran, sleeping out in a cardboard box, and they bring a man in from another country and put him in a 5-star hotel. If you don't have a problem with that, then you got a problem, just like Joe Biden has a problem. Anybody who thinks it's okay for a veteran to sleep on the street and an outsider to get a 5-star hotel. So hopefully Donald Trump's going to put a stop to it and get these people out of here and get to keep the ones that want to be here legitimately and work and make America great again. The ones that don't want to make America great again, get the hell out and go to your own country and do your own thing because we don't need you. We got enough. We got like I told you a couple of months ago before I know what you said. I told you it's about Biden long ago. We got enough criminals in America without bringing them in. So like I say, it's time to make a U-turn and start all the criminals that he brought in. It's time for you to head back home, my man, and you can rob and steal and do whatever the hell you got to do in the country you came from. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Very good. Yeah, so TikTok was on, then it was off, and back on. I think it was only down for like 16 hours. Yeah, the White House over the weekend tried to make it sound like it was just a publicity stunt for TikTok to actually shut down because the Biden administration said they were not going to enforce the ban. They were going to let Trump make the call. They said that, I think, on Friday. For whatever reason, they went ahead and shut it down. We did have the Supreme Court, though, on Friday that unanimously upheld the federal ban. Starting Sunday, unless they sold the China-based parent company, holding that the risk to national security due to the ties with China overcomes concerns about limiting speech by the app or its 170 million users in the U.S.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnosis and cylinder head repairs and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for XT inspections. If your diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel, located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secrets EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot, Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
So, as Eagle mentioned, by Sunday afternoon, TikTok had announced they were indeed restoring service after Donald Trump said he would revive the app today, Monday, when he's sworn in. Now, the statement after the reports of users unable to access the service. Let's see. In agreement with our service providers, TikTok is in the process of restoring service, was the statement, thanking Trump for providing the necessary clarity and assurance to their service providers that they would face no penalties for continuing to keep the service up. Trump also said he would extend the period of time before the law's prohibitions take effect so we can make a deal to protect our national security. I'd like the United States to have a 50% ownership position in some sort of a joint venture, he said. Anyway, so he's going to issue an executive order today specifying there would be no liability for any company that helped keep TikTok from going dark before his order. They said this is most likely going to be a 90-day reprieve from the ban that was supposed to kick in Sunday. That was a promise TikTok cited in a notice posted to the app. All right, so 90 days, will they find a buyer? And what's the cost going to be? We were discussing that on our Friday morning program. The value of TikTok off the charts if the algorithms are included in a sale. But the concern was most don't believe China will allow the algorithms to be a part of the sale. So who knows? We'll have to see where it goes. Meanwhile, Plowboy joins us on a Monday. How was your weekend, Plowboy?
Well, good morning, Steve. Oh, it's damn cold over here in Missouri.
Yep.
3 above. I was looking at just a few places I've been throughout my life, and go to your weather map sometime and look at Barrow, Alaska, right there on the northern slope. Back there when I was young and dumb, wanted to go play in the oil field for a while, drive truck up there. 27 degrees right on that north slope of Alaska this morning. It's hard to imagine, but when you said Sumner, Washington was, what, did you say 43 or 34 degrees?
Mm-hmm.
Or when you start the show, what weather we get to fight with. You were talking about inauguration tomorrow. No, I can't wait for it. Can't wait till, yes, sir, 1 minute after. But the inauguration sounds like it's just damn near as hard to predict as our damn Louisville truck show, isn't it? Whether we're going to have good weather or bad weather.
Right.
Freeze or... I mean, good grief, I thought, well, we deal with that almost every year. But you forgot to give Eagle the bad news. Did you? I don't think he looked at that weather map quite right.
Well, you mean as far as he said he's heading to Florida, but Florida's going to have freezing temperatures too. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, they're talking about some ice and wintry stuff as low as Jacksonville, Tallahassee, down in there. Alabama, out of Dothan, 5 hours ago, since I still have affiliations with some of the highway patrol down there, they have basically declared a state of emergency, and it hasn't even hit, just like the state of Mississippi's declared a state of emergency without it being hit yet. Because they're trying to get prepared for all this. Because if I remember right, from what I've seen, it's been a couple hours ago, some places as far south are saying 3-7 inches of that white stuff.
Yep.
Oh, my grief. No, Eagle, you should have went towards Phoenix in a little bit warmer area. No, I ain't making fun of you, Eagle. We love you. No,
yeah, they've got freeze.
By the way, thanks for that
got freeze warnings all the way down to Ocala this morning, and I suspect we'll see some of those winter storm watches, and I think we're going to see the good old-fashioned ice storm warnings popping up in places maybe through parts of Alabama, southern Georgia. Ice is going to be a bad deal.
Okay, now how far south is the temperature going south? Are we going to see the orange juice price and the oranges go up in the store because of garbage?
I don't know that the citrus growing areas in southern Florida are going to see a freeze or not. I know that they're going to be down in the 30s and 40s, but I think most of them, when you get down from like places, say, from Tampa to Lakeland and south, I don't think they're going to see the hard freeze.
Well, good. Well, I know you said here the other night that the damn iguanas was having trouble holding on to them trees and falling out.
That's for sure.
But no, I don't know. Just I'm ready for the warm weather, but no. Thanks for bringing up about the parade, because right there close where I come up from, Alabama, they got a high school band going up there out of Albertville, Alabama, and I was like, I was just thinking all these poor people have spent all this money to get there, then they weren't going to have that parade, but I'm sorry, I'm running around in circles. They need to have a better time of the year. But Steve, I hate to talk about another show, but sometime when somebody gets a chance, if you don't mind, we've talked about him before. Bill Cunningham had Alex McFarland on there last hour before you came on. Boy, was Alex McFarland good, was Bill Cunningham, talking about the youth and kind of like what Pappy and all of us been talking about, and our country losing its morals. And
right. But, well, hey, we got to pause there. Hold that thought.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say they were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
TikTok restored service following being dark for 16 hours in the U.S. after President-elect Donald Trump said he would issue an executive order to delay the legal ban on the platform. Trump spoke about the social media service being restored earlier today at a victory rally ahead of his inauguration tomorrow.
And as of today, TikTok is back.
In a statement, the company said Trump assured the leadership that they would face no penalties for continuing to provide Americans access to the app. It added the company will work with the Trump administration to preserve access to TikTok in the U.S. Trump has said he'll take action tomorrow to extend the deadline for Chinese-owned TikTok to sell to a U.S. company or face a ban. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is awarding Moderna $590 million to speed up the development of a bird flu vaccine.
Moderna's award includes a vaccine to protect against bird flu. The funding adds to the $176 million HHS gave Moderna in July and will also assist in paying for late-stage development, licensing, and clinical studies. Dozens of states have reported confirmed cases of bird flu in cattle, poultry, cats, and even humans. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports that the average price for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.12. Highest prices are in Hawaii. Lowest prices are in Mississippi. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
American Express is agreeing to shell out $230 million to settle a federal probe into their marketing practices.
The company is being investigated for allegedly committing fraud and using deceptive marketing practices. On Thursday, the Department of Justice announced that American Express agreed to pay $108 million to resolve allegations of fraud and $138 million for engaging in deceptive sales practices that gave customers incorrect tax advice. Amex released a statement confirming the settlement and saying the company cooperated extensively with authorities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Officials confirmed the famed observatory and broadcast transmission towers atop Mount Wilson overlooking L.A. have been spared from the Eaton fire.
Marty Shostrom, chief engineer for the EW Scripps Company, describes what would have happened if the towers burned.
No TV, no radio, no two-way, no emergency services, nothing.
The 14,000-acre plus Eaton fire is over 50% contained. Firefighters are mostly working on putting out hot spots and fortifying containment lines. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new poll shows that some people are slow to wrap up the holidays.
While there's no official rule as to when holiday decorations come down, most will get put away on January 6th. That's the actual end of the 12 days of Christmas. But a recent one poll says 45% of us still have them up, and 21% of us will leave them up till the end of the month. But Psychology Today says it's okay, you're not a monster, even if you leave them up year-round. It just means you're extra festive. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
All right, meanwhile, country music legend Lee Greenwood. Now, he was a focal point at Trump rallies over the past year. will perform his signature God Bless the USA just before Trump takes the oath of office. Greenwood over the weekend said his performance is a great privilege. We came in yesterday and this town is on fire, according to Greenwood. Washington, D.C. is all about Trump taking office. I'll be singing directly before he puts his hand on the Bible. Trump, they say, will be sworn in on the 2 Bibles he used in 2017 to take the oath of office, the one used for Abraham Lincoln's inauguration in 1861, stacked with another that Trump's mother gave him in 1955. Greenwood praised Trump as a good American, certainly a patriot, and I love talking to him about what he's about to do. He said, Greenwood said his wife, Kim, who had been the director of Miss USA pageant in Tennessee, had worked for Trump at the organization for 21 years, and that's where he first started having conversations with the future president. I had conversations with him multiple times at some of the pageants that got to know him then. But it wasn't until he started using God Bless the USA as his walk-on song did we begin to have more of a personal relationship. He added that Trump's reaction during the many times he sang his song for him has been warm, and now he can't wait to stand next to him and sing one more time before he becomes the 47th president. Meanwhile, Greenwood has offered the God Bless the USA Bible for some time, and on Monday there will be a special gold edition of the Bible coming out to commemorate Trump's inauguration. Only 5,000, they say, will be printed, and it honors Donald Trump for becoming the 47th president of the United States. The Bible also contains in the back copies of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. And that, I guess, you have to purchase actually at Lee Greenwood's website. Okay, if you're interested. All right, welcome back, Plowboy.
Well, thanks again for having me back, Steve. But yeah, that would 5,000 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, they'll go quicker than you name it, of a concert of these well-knowns. Yeah. But did you happen to have a chance to watch that today? The pre-inaugural
the rally. No, I had to get some sleep. So
the rallies. Damn. Kid Rock, he rocked the house. I mean, I'm not a Kid Rock fan, but he did a heck of a good job. President Trump came on stage after probably 20 more minutes, much more, and they kept noticing there was microphone behind him. And he tripped the audience. He triggered them. These five, I can't remember the count of the microphones. And who closed it for him? The Village People.
Was that? How about that?
I mean, the house came to a roar. I mean, a roar, Stephen. I mean, yeah. He was talking. He was kind of jabbing jokes at them about how they've gotten bigger than what they were, and all this as in size, and things went down. And I mean, it was just a classic. I'm gonna have to get off here, but Steve, talking about that Lions getting their ass kicked last night.
Yeah.
How much money you thought was lost in Vegas over that game, sir?
A ton of it. Now, you tell me, is the NFL rigged, Plowboy? Did you see that deal where the Chiefs, when they have 13 seconds left, and they ran, backwards into the end zone for a safety, because they're saying that covered the over-under. It was Kansas City by 9.5, and by doing that, they only won by 9. And everybody apparently had put their money on the Chiefs winning in a blowout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, I have really kind of gotten upset with what's going on up here. And you and I have had this discussion, 2 weeks ago, sir? When I thought that blowout, when Denver blew us off the map, when Mahomes sat on the sidelines, was a damn joke and a half. All it was is to keep your all's good team, the Cincinnati Bengals, and Burrow out of it. I'm sorry. I'm about ready to lose interest in. I've never been much interested ever since Kaepernick and his shenanigans. But it's starting to get back in that getting back in that area again, Steve. And I have tend to agree. Because I'm sorry, you play every game if you're able to. I know. But no, this is about the only time I'll get involved in it. Is it right at the end, kind of like I am with college basketball? I don't follow it except for a few schools. But when it comes to March Madness, yeah, I can get back into it. But no, I'm thinking. I can't say you're wrong. I'm really looking at quite a few things. There's been quite a few missed calls. There have been, that one last night. Thinking about that, did you watch that Lions Commanders game?
I did not. No.
Sunday night?
Nope.
Damn. Maybe I'd hoping you would have. The play already was in motion. And there it looked like a proverbial face mask from hell. But it was already in the end zone, and they did not call it. I'm sorry. There's too many things that I don't know whether the newer refs are not caring, they're not up with the game, or what's going on. There might be something I'm missing. So somebody call in, tell me if I am. But nah. And like I told you here last year, the game I'm looking at really walking away from is a game of baseball. If they do the silly crap like they was doing in the minor leagues last year, I ain't going to be playing with them. I'm going to walk away, just like I have NASCAR, sir. Just like I have NASCAR. When I told you they were going through and basically making the calls pre-called, so how much, if you're going to have somebody in a booth call balls and strikes instead of the proverbial umpire behind the plate, nah, I'm done. And I see more rigging, more throwing. Honestly, I'm going to have to use a man's name. There's going to be more rigging and throwing than anybody ever thought Pete Rose ever did, and I don't think he ever did do one.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing what they blamed him for is happening now. 40 years ago? But, well, I better get off here so somebody else.
All right. Well, have a good morning. Enjoy the inauguration. Have a great day. Let's head on down to Philip. Morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today?
Doing all right. The greatest day of the week. I think we can actually call that this Monday.
Yeah, greatest day of the week. Boy, you wanted to know how far down that cold's going to get. It's going to be down there around Flagler County. That's just north of where I'm at. I'm in Volusia County. They're going to have freeze warnings. They had freeze warnings there last night, or tonight, I should say. And then it's going to get down, it's like Steve said, down by Ocala. You're talking about snow, about an inch down almost to Lake City in the center of the state. And Tallahassee and just down south of Jacksonville, they're going to have freezing conditions as well. So if you're going around Jacksonville and you're going to be around there Tuesday or Wednesday night, you might want to be a little careful on the bridges. That's what's going to be crazy. Them people don't know how to drive on the bridges with that ice. What do you think, Steve?
No doubt. That's what Eagle was talking about in Texas. I mean, going to have snow all the way down to Houston. He said the tow truck operators are going to make a kill in the next few days.
Absolutely, they're going to make a lot of money. They already talking about bringing plows down there on Interstate 10, bringing plows down from Georgia. So we'll see. We'll see how she plays out. I don't think it's going to get down below freezing down past Marion County. That's just north of me, kind of northwest. But they're still telling us, we're not going to get into hard freeze or nothing. But Ocala going to have a hard freeze. Gainesville's going to have a hard freeze. Lake City, that's kind of iffy. That's going to be the boundary line up there. It's kind of like, if you look at the bend of Florida, that's where the big bend up there for the Panhandle, that's where it's going to be at. That's where that Hurricane Helene came in up in there. And that's kind of, that area up in there is where that's going to be the dividing line. So supposedly, that's what they've been forecasting for the last 3 or 4 days. So we'll just see how it plays out. Hey, Steve, what do you think about last Thursday? Do you think that was a pretty good day in space?
We haven't had an opportunity to chat since then, so I guess stage 1, success. Stage 2, have you seen the video from Turks and Caicos when so many people caught that explosion and all the debris raining down?
Yeah, just to kind of put everybody in perspective, and I know there's a lot of guys out there that look at YouTube. All right, so you look at the Turks and Caicos, the debris coming down at Turks and Caicos, and look how dramatic it is. And then you go and you look up the Columbia crash, the space shuttle Columbia, and see what you see. They look pretty close. Now, Columbia was a lot higher when it burned up than this one. This one was a lot more dramatic and lower. But we're gonna see if it hit anybody. They haven't said yet if it hit what it hit. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure it hit the ocean. But if that thing hits one person and hurts anybody, that's gonna be a different story. I know that Elon and all those guys know where it went. I know he had to have transponders all over that thing in case it fell out, because it's a test, and that's what it is. It's a test. The FAA shuts them down until they figure out what went wrong in the test. I know he had cameras all inside that thing. They said it was a fire inside the engine bay. You couldn't see it because of the way they had the cameras set up for the SpaceX replays. They don't show all the cameras on those plays. They just show the ones they want to show to the public where they think, and it's just the outside of the aircraft. But it's one of those things you got to look at. Now his buddy Bezos, it's kind of funny. He lost the first stage, and Elon lost the second stage. They did exactly the opposite. And nobody's thought about that one, but that's what actually happened. And Steve, did you see that Rams game, or were you in bed already?
I'm trying to recall. I don't think I saw that.
Okay, so the LA Rams yesterday, they basically, when I was a kid growing up and we played football in school, we were always taught, protect the quarterback. If you're on offense, you're playing offense, protect the quarterback. Protect the quarterback. That's all that was drilled in us from the time, you got to protect that guy. They didn't protect that guy at all yesterday. They left so many holes and so many different ways that guys could go around and get to their quarterback. That's why that team lost yesterday. They had the opportunity at the very end to win it by 1 point. 1 point. They could have won it by 1 point. And they merely didn't even protect their quarterback. I mean, you can see it. They left so many holes. That guy got sacked so many times. That's what happens. And it's the number one rule that they teach you in football. Protect your quarterback if you're playing offense. So, now you see what happens. So, Philadelphia's moving on, and they're going back to L.A.
Yep.
And, Steve, I heard something about they're going to have a big concert out in L.A. Did you hear anything about that?
Yeah, it's going to be called Fire Aid. Fire Aid, January 30th.
I hear it's going to have a whole host of people. I mean, there's going to be a lot of Dave Matthews and John Mayer are going to actually perform together, and I mean, it's going to be some crazy stuff. But anyway, that's all I got today, folks. Y'all have a good one, and thanks for having me, buddy.
All right, have a great day, Inauguration Day, and we'll be right back.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.
This is Fuel Economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, let's head over to the land down under. Morning, Sylvester.
What's happening, brother?
Finally made it to January 20th.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a great day, man. It's a very good day. But I will tell you, the better day is actually the 19th of January. And before all those wackos start saying, "Well, you want Biden?" You say, "No, that's my mother's birthday."
Oh.
So anyway, she's 84 today. So. Well, yesterday. So, yeah, and yes, I called her. The thing is, though, is that she's going to have a whole bunch of snow down there in Vidalia. What's up with that? What are you guys doing over there? It's 75 degrees here.
We're dealing with a big dose of global warming, Sylvester.
We could use some global warming because it's only 75 here in the hottest month of the year, and it was like. Well, it wasn't even 65 yesterday. So we could use a little bit of global warming.
Right.
Anyway, yeah. So for those who work at the climate change god, because there's too many of them that do. Yeah, it doesn't. It's sorry, but it doesn't. Fit your what is the word for it? Your the BS that you're trying to push on people. I mean, and I had somebody say to me the other day, "Well, look how hot it is over there in LA." I'm like, it's really actually not that hot. It's like maximum of like 50 degrees the other day. So, I'm going to take this the high end day. Hey, so can you still hear me? Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, cool. Yeah, I maybe this won't have so much delay. What I wanted to. I was calling. I left work and Eagle was on there, and Eagle was going on about how great TikTok is and how great Trump is for making sure TikTok he could get his TikTok and all this stuff, and blaming Biden for the TikTok ban, all this stuff. Yeah, you might want to do a little bit of research there, buddy, because it was actually the Republicans in the Senate that actually initiated it. So. And I actually support that. There is no way that organization, TikTok, ByteDance, will ever be sold, or TikTok as a brand with its algorithms and its systems will ever be sold to any company outside of China. It's actually illegal to do that in China. The Chinese have got a government administration there that will not permit that to go anywhere else.
that department that runs that, their cyber something department, won't permit that to be owned by anybody else but China. You cannot export out of China certain things, and this is one of them. They will not allow it. So, and in saying all of that, I kind of do believe that TikTok did do this as a publicity stunt. Can you imagine the amount of money they didn't make in that 16 hours there, Steve? Can you imagine that? How much money that was not made during that time? Now, I used to say this all the time, Steve, and I've been saying this to you for probably 20 years. It all started when I was sitting in Louisiana in the car park of, that's Australian, the parking lot of a Walmart the day after Thanksgiving. And all these people lined up for Black Friday. And I was utterly and totally disgusted because they're going in there and buying all this Chinese, manufactured products. And I called your show, and I was just disgusted. I don't know if you remember this.
I think I do. I recall. But we got to pause there. I apologize. News break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say there were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Thank you.
Who books credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke?
AAA reports the average price of a gallon of gasoline today is $3.12. Most expensive is in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.17 a gallon. Lowest prices are found in Forest County, Mississippi at $2.59. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Now trying to find a way to stay warm. I'm looking at a whopping 3 degrees here outside the secret bunker, Sylvester. 3.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to say anything.
1, 2, 3. That's all we got. All right, so we left off. You were talking about all the Chinese merchandise that we purchase, and we're building up their military.
Yes. Before we go into that, you brought up the subject of 3 degrees. We have a high tomorrow of 78. It's horrible. But somebody's got to look.
Yeah.
But here's something funny. So I'm about done with work, and this young lady who's 19 at my work was talking to another team member, and I overheard her say Chicago, and I looked and went, "Look, Jan, what you doing?" She goes, "Yeah, I leave for Chicago on Thursday." I said, "Chicago, of all places, Chicago?" She goes, "Well, I'm flying through Chicago to Milwaukee." I said, "Well, that's nearly as bad." And she's like, "Oh, no, really?" Her sister actually plays on the Marquette basketball team, Marquette University basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going over there for 2 weeks. And I looked at her and I said, "You realize you're going over there at the coldest time of the year, like the absolute coldest time of the year." And I said, "And it is like record bone-chilling cold right now." And she's like, "Oh, don't tell me this. Don't tell me this." She goes, "I'll take a couple of extra," they call them jumpers. It's basically a sweater. She said, "I'll take a couple of extra sweaters." And I laughed. I said, "You're going to need more than that. You ain't never experienced this kind of cold, girl."
Yep.
So she said she's going to bring me photos back, and she's going to send me photos. I'm like going, "Yeah, okay." I said, "I know what you're going to go through." So anyway, so the whole thing about TikTok is how much money it makes for ByteDance, the company that owns it. And it's in the billions and billions and billions of dollars.
what did they reckon it was worth? $360 billion. Is that what it was? That, am I right on that?
I saw somewhere between 1 and 200 billion.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That amount that I'm talking about probably is Australian dollars.
Okay.
Or that could have been what I was saying. So, in saying all of that, how do you think they make that money, Steve?
I'm sitting here thinking, how do they make money? If you look at TikTok videos, I don't spend anything on TikTok.
No, you don't, but you see advertisements on there if you're going through TikTok. Same thing. Have you noticed on Facebook that like every second or third thing in your feed, if you're scrolling through it, is an advertisement of something? Or it's saying to you, hey, go look at this page. These guys are great. You may be interested in this. And this other crap, right?
Sponsored is what it says. Yes, sponsored stuff. Yep.
Yeah. So that's like every second or third thing you see on there. Okay, so TikTok's not exactly like it, but they're making billions and billions and billions of dollars. So if you use this now, back to what I was saying, because I don't know how when you had to go to the break, I was saying about how I was sitting in down in Louisiana in the car, the Walmart parking lot, on that early morning, and seeing these people just queuing up, lining up, and just unbelievable. And I asked one guy later that day because he was angry. He says, "Oh, they didn't have the TV I wanted. I wanted this." Back this was when 32-inch flat screens were a big deal. And he was angry. I mean, like violently angry about this. Anyway, long story short, I said to him, I said, "You realize all that's made in China?" He goes, "Yeah, I don't care." And that angered me. And so I called you that night, and I told you the story. And this is what I said, and I'm going to repeat it again. Every time you buy something that's made in China, you're buying and supporting them and buying a bullet, a bomb, or anything else like that's going to end up killing Americans. Period. You use TikTok, you're doing the same thing. Now, can we avoid some of that? Sure, we can avoid some of it. Can we stop doing it altogether? Probably not. I mean, the shoes that I'm wearing right now are actually made in Australia. Okay? It's like they're like the only shoes that are made in Australia now. These are my work shoes, right? Are they entirely made in Australia? Probably not. The machine that they use to press the soles, you know what? It could be from China. I don't know. But when you willfully choose, knowing full well, like, for example, ByteDance is a Chinese company, and they are putting billions and billions of dollars into the Chinese government and into their military complex, you're going to have to live with that eventually, because it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I mean, it's been like a slow leaf falling rather than a sudden occurrence, but it's gradually getting there. And for those people who think that Donald Trump has done a great thing and great service by doing this, sorry. The only reason why most people are like so anti-TikTok is because of this misguided thought that it was the Biden administration who I thought the Biden administration were the ones that were worshiping on the heels of the Chinese. Look, I got news for you. It's not the case. It was the Republicans who brought this up. They tried to do it several years ago, and then they finally got it through. Was it April of last year? Did all Republicans vote to ban it? No. Did all Democrats vote to ban it? No. If you want me to, I can bring up the numbers. I'm sure you can do that. So right. You're very capable. But that's one thing that people need to understand, that this TikTok is not America's friend. This is not the freedom, the people who want freedom and actually want to have liberty. This is not an app for you to use. It's and people go, well, how could it be like so bad for national security. Look, I'm just a dumb retail manager. I don't know much, but let me tell you something. There are people smarter than I. Ryan Macbeth is a great example, who explain it. All that money that we're putting into the Chinese military by buying stuff from Walmart and buying stuff from, and don't get me wrong, it's not just Walmart. Granted, it's people who have developed their business with the Chinese industrial complex that are at fault here. It's not just Walmart. It's not just companies like that. But this is a company that is Chinese. You buy something from Alibaba Express, got news for you. It ain't run by a guy named Ali, and he ain't Muslim. He's Chinese. And all the other Temus and Shane or Shine, however you say it, and all the other ones that are using that same business model, you buy stuff from them, you're doing the same thing, but you're doing it doubly in their cases. They actually circumvent the importation laws by a rule that is in place that under a certain value they don't have to pay import duty, and that's how they get around that. So they ship it directly from China, individual item, because now the shipping companies are doing it really cheap, and so they're getting 100% of the profit of crap that you're buying. A lot of it has intellectual property rights that are ignored by the Chinese, etc. Now, TikTok, as an example, there was a U.S. Navy ship that was leaving for Israel on the west coast. Supposedly, it was going to supposedly go to Israel, and some propagandists got on there and stirred up misinformation, which is what this thing is really good for. Misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, if you want to call it that, and got people to actually attack that ship. U.S. Navy ship, I think it was in Oakland. Can't remember for sure. I know it was on the West Coast, but attacked it. This was last year, I think. Maybe, yeah. How long has the Gaza thing been going on? 15 months, right? It was after that. But the thing was, this ship wasn't even going over there. This was going from the West Coast, not the East Coast. And but they managed to get it. That's one reason why this is a dangerous app to have and allow in there without the same controls that you have to go by, like on your app, or if you're on YouTube, which you're back on, and that kind of thing, because they're standards. We have to be very careful what we allow, especially in this day and age. It's getting worse, and it's only going to get worse. But anyway, the main thing, Steve, though, is those billions and billions and billions of dollars that they're making, however they're making it, usually advertising revenues, and how they're going to get into your phone by you allowing it. Do you read when you put TikTok on your phone, did you read that you're allowing them to do to your phone?
I've never actually. I don't have the app. The only way I see TikTok stuff is like on Facebook, where they got the reels and shorts, and most of that stuff is from TikTok.
Yeah, that's a lot of it is. Yeah, not all of it, because you could do YouTube reels and shorts, and then you could post them onto Facebook. But yeah, so if it's going through Facebook, it's sanitized. Okay, so you're okay. But if you put that app on your phone, first of all, people go, well, my information, it's no big deal. I mean, I don't care what anybody sees on my phone. It's not just what they see on your phone. It's not just your data, but it's also using your phone without your knowledge and using it as a way to get information out and information in without you even knowing it. Sending information to people. Give you an example. Now, this wasn't specifically TikTok, but the Israelis managed to get into the Iranian nuclear system by something similar to that. They actually had a guy's phone. He lost his phone. The Israelis got it. They put a bug on it. Okay? When I say a bug, it was basically a virus. And what it did is he then put it into his home computer. In his home computer, it went on to something else, and then on to something else, until it finally got into the Iranian nuclear power system. And they were able to get information and then shut some things down and do serious damage to their nuclear power system. This is several years ago. But this is the same kind of technology that's in TikTok. And this is why they want to ban it. Because who was the guy that you had that used to call in and you were friends with me? I think it was your daughter was involved with his son.
Ron.
The computer guy.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Ron.
Yeah. So there was at one point Ron, he called in and he had found spyware in a video card that, or the video card software that you're supposed to load onto a computer. That's the kind of thing that TikTok is doing, but a lot better today than they were 10 years ago. Last thing I'm going to say, Steve, I'm just going to repeat what I said. You use TikTok, you use Temu, you use Shine, you use all these other Chinese services. You are buying guns, ammunition that are going to kill Americans and our allies. Don't do it. Have a very nice day.
Thank you very much, Sylvester. And enjoy your 78 degrees later today, as we're at 3. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shine Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, quickly under the industry headlines, the deadline to nominate a driver for the Goodyear Highway Hero Award has apparently been extended now through February 28th. A grand prize winner and up to 2 finalists will be chosen from the field of nominees. Each will receive a cash prize, with the winner also receiving a ride in the famed Goodyear blimp. How cool would that be? Commercial truck drivers are not only at the center of the supply chain industry, but they all also act as vigilant guardians of the roads, ready to assist others in their times of need. Last year, Goodyear named Timothy Van Nostrand and Elijah Ramos as the winners of the Highway Hero Award. Okay, to be eligible Nominee must be a full-time commercial driver with valid CDL, reside in the U.S. or Canada, be actively operating a commercial, infrastructure, vocational, or non-life-saving emergency vehicle with a rim size greater than 19 inches. Must have been on the job at the time of the heroic act, which must have occurred in 2023. Goodyear said the highway hero is one way the Akron, Ohio-based company recognizes the growth and importance of the commercial trucking industry. So again, extended till February the 28th for whatever reason. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Summers. My dispatcher said I needed to call in as mud flap since I've changed so many of them lately. The drivers backing into them bump pads and they ripping them mud flaps off. So that's all right. I hope they keep doing it because I get $25 an hour for changing the mud flap. Who's the true winner in all these sporting events, Steve? I've done told you more than once.
The bookies.
Yeah, the Vegas bookies. You got it. Then college football is getting that way too now, Steve. It probably was that way all along. We just hadn't realized it. Hey, I just want to know, did I hear him right? He said he's lived his entire life in Texas.
His entire life where?
In Texas.
Texas.
I thought he moved. Yeah, I thought he moved to Florida. Now he's going back to Texas and then back to Florida. I don't know. Who knows? That TikTok, I had that app on my phone, Steve, and it kept wanting me to, every time I touched the phone, it wanted me to delete the app that I was trying to get into. And when they turned TikTok off, I just deleted TikTok. Well, my phone don't do that anymore now, Steve. So I don't believe I'll be putting it back on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ain't worried about no snow in Dallas, Texas. They ain't calling but for flurries down there. So, hey, I was talking about them lyrics earlier. I had another thought. I got some more lyrics to add to that. I was listening to the Steve Summers overnight drive. Long Week was talking about being at a high rate of fuel consumption, and he was watching my headlights get smaller in his rear view mirror. How about that? Well, you, Lauren, would probably want some money off of that, wouldn't you?
You never can tell.
I know that's right. Well, with old age, Biden can he can sneeze, poop his pants, and pee his pants all in the same breath. I'll be glad when he's retired there at 12 noon when you tell him good day, have a good life, right? Well, it wasn't no fun anyway, right?
Right.
All right. Well, that's all of my bull on it for this go around. I'll call in that loneliest hour and we'll see what else we can come up with.
All right. Sounds like a plan there, Knucklebuster. Let me see here. I guess it'll all begin in fairly short order. Yeah, Chicago preparing for hundreds of deportation arrests this week. Federal immigration officials will target more than 300 people with histories of egregious violent crimes after Trump takes office today, marking the administration's initial attempt toward fulfilling his promise of large-scale deportations. The operation will be concentrated in the Chicago area, according to the officials speaking anonymously. And arrests are expected, they say, all week. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrests a fraction of their targets in these kind of operations. Although Trump is expected to cast a wider net, obviously, than Joe Biden, whose focus on picking up people away from the border was pretty much limited to those with serious criminal histories or national security threats. Trump aides have said they will arrest others, such as spouses or roommates, who are not targets but happen to be in the country illegally. The Trump transition team did not immediately respond to a request for comment over the weekend. The plan was reported earlier by the Wall Street Journal, which said the operation is expected to begin on Tuesday. Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, told Fox News Chicago will be one of the many places around the country where authorities plan to make arrests. We're going to take the handcuffs off of ICE and let them go arrest criminal aliens. That's what's going to happen, according to Homan this past Friday. What we are telling ICE is you're going to enforce the immigration law without apology. You're going to concentrate on the worst first, public safety threats first, but no one is off the table, he says.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say they were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Thank you.
Who takes credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke?
2 people are behind bars after the L.A. County Sheriff's Department says they impersonated firefighters in an L.A. fire zone.
Investigators say not only did they dress as fire personnel, but Los Angeles Police Department officers who were patrolling the Palisades fire area with local firefighters say they observed a fire truck that did not appear to be legitimate. Inside, a man and a woman. They were wearing CAL FIRE gear they claim to be from the Roaring River Fire Department in Oregon. Authorities say that is not a legitimate fire agency. The case has been handed over to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. I'm Phil Farrar.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is awarding Moderna nearly $600 million to speed up the development of bird flu vaccines.
The funding adds to the $176 million HHS gave Moderna in July and will also assist in paying for late-stage development, licensing, and clinical studies. Dozens of states have reported confirmed cases of bird flu in cattle, poultry, cats, and even humans. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports the average price of a gallon of gasoline today is $3.12. The most expensive is in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.17 a gallon. Lowest prices are found in Forest County, Mississippi at $2.59. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. Medi-Share is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join Medi-Share, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Joe Biden says Republican-led states did a poor job handling their economies during the COVID pandemic, and Democrats could have done better promoting their accomplishments to voters.
President Biden said Republican-led states did a poor job handling their economies during the COVID pandemic, and the Democrats could have done better promoting their accomplishments to voters.
Red states really screwed up in terms of the way they handle their economy and the way they handle manufacturing, the way they handle access to supply chains.
Speaking in a recorded interview with MSNBC, Biden also said his administration invested more federal dollars into red states than Democrat-led states. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Another New York subway attack. This time, a woman working was punched in the face.
Police say it happened at the West 148th Street and Lenox Avenue subway station around 1 p.m. Friday. The 66-year-old on-duty MTA worker told police she was standing on the platform when the man approached her and, unprovoked, punched her in the face. Her attacker quickly ran off. The victim was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. Police are still looking for that suspect. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Cold weather is forcing President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration ceremony to be moved indoors tomorrow and held inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda.
Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity, and pride.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page now, 20th day of January. Today is Inauguration Day. Donald Trump used a raucous rally Sunday on the eve of the inauguration to make a promise of swift day one action, remaking the federal government, shifting federal priorities at breakneck speed, and ensuring that the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, as you heard. Supporters filled nearly all the 20,000-plus seat Capital One Arena downtown Washington for the Make America Great Again victory celebration. Cheered Trump on, as he said he'd take quick action on everything from cracking down on the U.S.-Mexico border to promoting oil drilling, reining in the federal workforce, and eradicating diversity programs. We are going to give them the best first day, the biggest first week, and the most extraordinary first 100 days of any presidency in American history. And he also promised to roll back executive actions of his predecessor, Joe Biden, within a matter of hours. He entered the arena's concourse level, made his way down the stairs before the speech, stopping frequently to pump his fist and pose for pictures with rally-goers. After he finished speaking, the village people took the stage, and the president-elect sang and even briefly danced along to YMCA, kind of the unofficial anthem of his campaign. Went on to say he would jumpstart his agenda with a series of unilateral actions from the White House. He told the crowd, you're going to see executive orders that are going to make you extremely happy. Lots of them. So Sunday was Trump's first full day back in Washington since the Election Day victory gave him a chance to energize some of the core supporters before the official pomp of the inauguration. Officials do not expect massive protests, unrest, or violence. Instead, jubilant crowds reveling in Trump's coming second term and MAGA's total control of the Republican Party. 844-844-3388 on a Monday. Hey, Mike. Kind of cold out there?
Yeah, good morning, Your Honor. Yeah, it's a little bit chilly. It was about 16 up at the house when I left there. I'm getting down into the Baltimore area right now, and we're up to about 22, but definitely got clear sky, which very much promotes being chilly because, there's no clouds to hold the heat back. It just lets the heat, whatever heat there is, just go off into space. So anyways, yeah, we got through. I don't know. We had about 3 inches of snow at the house. I cleaned up this morning before I headed out to work to make sure the driveway didn't get all iced up from, you drive on the snow and it just packs down and ices up. So with the blacktop driveway there, I was out for about 40 minutes there, snow blowing the driveway off to get it all cleared off so that you get any sunlight on it. Hopefully it'll evaporate off because I don't think it's going to melt off at all this time.
Yeah.
So, but you get a little sun. If you get a little sun to the blacktop there, even without salt, it'll still make it warm up enough that it'll evaporate the snow off the top. So, anyway, I was thinking there, and is this possibly not just the greatest day of the week? This could possibly be the greatest day of the month, the greatest day of the year. This could be the greatest day ever, Your Honor.
Huh.
I mean, it's going to be huge.
Huge.
Huge, absolutely. So, well, let's see if it'll be at least the greatest day of the start of the next 4 years, at least there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I don't know. I guess a lot of people must have made it to the Capital One Center with the snow in Washington yesterday. I'm not sure exactly what time that was scheduled for, but I know I kind of went to sleep about the time the Buffalo Bills and Baltimore Ravens were going to start playing up there in Buffalo, and the wife told me that Buffalo squeaked that one out. They she said they were leading all the way through the game like normal, and then at the last quarter there, they let the other team try to come back and win, and so I guess it was pretty close to that, because I guess if the Ravens had accomplished the 2-point conversion, would they have tied or won or something? And so I don't know. I guess it was really close there in the last couple of minutes at the end of the game. Made it a real nail biter for the Buffalo fans. And but I was glad to see the Washington, formerly known as Redskins team, beat the Detroit Lions. I was kind of glad for that. And let's see, what else did we have? The other teams that played. I was kind of disappointed the Eagles won. I would have preferred to see the Rams. The Rams, I don't know. What did Stafford play for the Bengals? Is this the same Stafford that's been around that played for the Bengals and the Lions and all? Is that the one that's playing for the Rams now?
I'm not sure about that.
Nah, so because you guys had a Stafford that was a quarterback for you guys there for a while, right?
Maybe second string, because I don't remember a starter. No.
Okay, and then I don't know what was the fourth. Oh yeah, we don't even care about talking about the Chiefs and Taylor Swift winning on the other game there.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But, yeah. So whatever. Maybe the Bills can go back there and have good luck there with the Chiefs again and see how that goes. But I tell you what, that Buffalo team is always, their whole time that we watched them up there living in New York and that it seemed like they could always play just to the ability of whoever they were playing the game they were in, and they'd play good, and a lot of times they'd be winning 3 quarters through the game, and boy, that last quarter is like, where did you guys go? Did you forget to come back on the field or what? Because it seemed like they just give the game away in the last quarter. They were out there, played for 3, and it's just the fourth quarters were always so disappointing with the Bills. So anyways, I don't know. Well, other than that, I don't know. What do we got going for you there? You had a first-time caller there, actually a couple of them there on Friday, and it was Brandon that called there from the Eastern Shore out there in Delaware.
Right.
And I, as I say, I run out there once in a while, but we got a couple of things to go on out there with fire musters and tractor pulls and things. So I don't know. It's a possibility if Brandon gets out and does any of that stuff, was a possibility of running into him over there. And then the other first-time caller you had was that divine intervention that caused that call to happen, Your Honor? Is that, can we call it that?
When we heard from Cream of Wheat?
That's the one, because she said she called in because she realized, I don't know how she realized, whether it was, a light from the sky or the North Star, the North Star or something, but realized it was Rambler's birthday and thought that was a good reason to call in and be a first-time caller. But then I got thinking during the call, she better be careful what she does with that $60 code, because that Ashton Mario Kart, he's pretty wanting of different apparel and all kinds of Hot Shot Secret and Steve Sommers overnight drive apparel and things. So I mean, I'm possibly seeing Christmas and birthday presents there. What do you think, Your Honor? I'm thinking Buckwheat might not get any chance for that $60 gift code to be able to try to use it on his side at all.
You might be right.
But anyways, there. So we'll have to see how all that develops. Maybe we can get an update there, and I don't know. Maybe we'll just see pictures of Ashton Mario Kart there wearing all kinds of new apparel or something. I don't know. We'll have to see where all that ends up at. But anyway, so anything new in Cincinnati there? How are the icicles doing? You still got icicles?
We did a good job of melting away there Friday and Saturday.
Okay. So I sent you a link there. I don't know if you got it or not. I think I sent it there. There was on Amazon there. I sent you the link to the
I got that.
The roof tapes, the roof warming tapes.
Mm-hmm.
So they come in all different sizes from like 10 feet all the way up to, I think I saw one close to 200 feet there, that you can put that heat tape up on your roof there and try to keep the ice from building up on your roof and melt it away and keep the gutters clear and the keep it from ice damming and pushing water back up under your shingles and everything. So I did use one when I was up in New York there. So we haven't quite needed it down here, but I still have my upstate New York roof rake, and every now and then I'll go out and scrape the one roof off there that drips over the driveway over the end of the garage. And because if I don't do that, then it drips all the time and then refreezes overnight, and then we have icy spots there time to go out to the garage. So that's always fun to slip on when you're 3 o'clock in the morning when you're not ready for it, paying attention to it. So, but anyways, I don't know. Other than that, those few things. That's a kind of up. Hey, there was one last thing. I'll do one last thing for you. So Friday, I ended up working 28 hours or something. It was a long day, and in the process of that, I was going up US 15 just south of Harrisburg, and apparently there's a limited access highway at that point. 4 lanes, 2 lanes each direction, and divided by concrete wall, and not a lot of extra space, but enough that you're comfortable driving 60 miles an hour. But apparently at about 4:30 in the afternoon, somebody decided it'd be good to go the wrong direction at about 80 to 100 miles an hour, so they were going south in the northbound lanes. Ran into half dozen vehicles, and they had the whole road closed down for all emergency vehicles, and they had a couple life flight helicopters in there, I believe. And I'm not sure the extent of the injuries. The one report said that they flew one person to Hershey, and I'm not sure what the other injuries were. Of course, the snow and the football came along, so all the important news went away went to that. But they didn't end up getting the northbound lanes reopened until about midnight. So they were closed there for almost 8 hours trying to get traffic from, northbound on US 15 coming up from Dillsburg, Gettysburg, Dillsburg area up through to try to get back to Harrisburg and 81 and everything. So it was kind of a mess, and I was on the northbound side, and they threw us off on side roads that, I tell you what, I'm still debating whether it would have been better to have everybody just sit on the road until midnight or what they did, because the roads we were on with the tractor trailers were not designed for tractor trailers, and we were down through a few little neighborhoods and some other things, and it was tight and crowded there. And the worst part about it is a lot of times with these types of things, when they toss you off the road, they give you direction at about the first intersection, and after that it's like just follow the leader and hope the guy in front actually knows where he's going, because otherwise you're just following him off into wherever. It's kind of crazy, but anyways, we got through it, and I actually decided I didn't like making the turn where everybody else was, the way it was leaning the trailers. I wasn't going to put my propane trailer into that type of an angle, and I actually ended up going straight and found my way to another road and found my way back to where I wanted to be, and kind of all by myself. But we went through a couple little neighborhoods where all the signs were saying, no trucks over 5 tons. Like, well, I guess if you didn't throw me off the road, I wouldn't be here. But anyways, we had a nice little sightseeing thing, but it cost me an hour of time like everything else does when you get caught up in stuff. But anyways, we got through it. We got done what we need to have done and got home and enjoyed a little bit of time off, and now we're right back out here doing it all over again. So we'll see where we end up. But other than that, I guess unless we see something else come along, maybe we'll catch back. Maybe you don't have much time even for the loneliest hour at this point.
Won't be long.
Almost there.
Yep.
So.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Horse Feathers. Have a good Monday, the greatest day of the week, which, of course, Captain Ron is out. He's off. Yeah, Martin Luther King holiday. So no mail, no banking. Yeah, a lot of things shut down today, but everybody gets to tune in to the inauguration in a cold Washington, D.C. And we'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
So today, officially, the changing of the guard, I guess you'd say, in Washington, D.C. And they say, according to a poll done for the dailymail.com website, voters were asked to give a one-word response to the legacy of outgoing President Joe Biden. And one word was spoken more than any other. What do you think that was? One-word response to Joe Biden's legacy. Number one response was nothing. Overall, 54% either strongly or somewhat agreed they could not name a single achievement, according to the survey. Even 34% of Democrats and 52% of independents surveyed said they could not name one major Biden achievement. According to the poll published this past day, conducted by JL Partners, as far as public opinion is concerned, you have to squint to see even the echoes of a legacy. And even then, people are more likely to remember it negatively. According to the JL Partners co-founder, James Johnson. After nothing, the next most popular answer was economy, inflation, and infrastructure. The latter is a nod to Biden's bipartisan infrastructure deal, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Now, Biden's biggest achievements in office, such as legislation in Congress, are crowded out by the overflowing view that he was responsible for inflation and that he was mentally unwell as commander-in-chief. Biden was also ranked as the worst president in modern history with a minus 30 rating, according to the survey. Biden beat out Richard Nixon, who was at minus 25 for the worst. Ronald Reagan at plus 30 is number one, according to the survey. This was a survey, 1,009 registered voters. No other poll data was provided, but, what a legacy. Nothing. What's going on, Pappy?
I'd say his greatest achievement was lying to the American people and getting the communist media to lie to the American people. He did pretty good at that.
Yeah, he did.
Man, I'm going to miss his press secretary, Steve.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. Well, Steve, what are we, about 8 hours, 37 minutes away, somewhere around there? 35 minutes away.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Steve, it's kind of hard to believe. I mean, man, we've been talking and dreaming about this for over a year, you know. Most of the conversations we had this year, or last year, I should say, is leading up to this moment, man. Unfortunately, I got to work tomorrow night, Steve, so I'm going to be asleep. If I happen to wake up, like I usually do, I'll probably turn it on, maybe, on the phone while I'm laying in bed, maybe try to catch a little bit of it. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to set the alarm to get up and watch it. I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. We still got to get him sworn in. I'll feel a lot better once we get him actually sworn in, Steve, because then he has the power to do some things, and he has full Secret Service protection.
Interesting that they Interesting that they moved everything indoors.
Yeah, Steve, I don't know. Man, I don't. You know, part of me says I'm glad they did. Honestly, I don't know if the weather was the sole reason why they did that or not. We'll probably never know. But I mean, the only thing I could say, Steve, if there is a legitimate threat out there that they got concerns about. And
there are some rumors and speculation that's, you know, some saying there's more going on behind the scenes than we're being told. That could be, but we pause.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say they were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Thank you.
Who takes credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke?
2 people are behind bars after the L.A. County Sheriff's Department says they impersonated firefighters in an L.A. fire zone.
Investigators say not only did they dress as fire personnel, but Los Angeles Police Department officers who were patrolling the Palisades fire area with local firefighters say they observed a fire truck that did not appear to be legitimate. Inside, a man and a woman. They were wearing CAL FIRE gear they claim to be from the Roaring River Fire Department in Oregon. Authorities say that is not a legitimate fire agency. The case has been handed over to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. I'm Phil Farrar.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is awarding Moderna nearly $600 million to speed up the development of bird flu vaccines.
The funding adds to the $176 million HHS gave Moderna in July and will also assist in paying for late-stage development, licensing, and clinical studies. Dozens of states have reported confirmed cases of bird flu in cattle, poultry, cats, and even humans. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports the average price of a gallon of gasoline today is $3.12. The most expensive is in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.17 a gallon. Lowest prices are found in Forest County, Mississippi at $2.59. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven, too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join Medishare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Joe Biden says Republican-led states did a poor job handling their economies during the COVID pandemic, and Democrats could have done better promoting their accomplishments to voters.
President Biden said Republican-led states did a poor job handling their economies during the COVID pandemic, and that Democrats could have done better promoting their accomplishments to voters.
Red states really screwed up in terms of the way they handle their economy and the way they handle manufacturing, the way they handle access to supply chains.
Speaking in a recorded interview with MSNBC, Biden also said his administration invested more federal dollars into red states than Democrat-led states. John Sommers, USA, Radio News.
Another New York subway attack. This time, a woman working was punched in the face.
Police say it happened at the West 148th Street and Lenox Avenue subway station around 1 p.m. Friday. The 66-year-old on-duty MTA worker told police she was standing on the platform when the man approached her and, unprovoked, punched her in the face. Her attacker quickly ran off. The victim was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. Police are still looking for that suspect. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Cold weather is forcing President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration ceremony to be moved indoors tomorrow and held inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda.
Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medishare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Earlier, Philip was asking about the big concert being scheduled. Yeah, Fire Aid, as it's being dubbed. As we hearken back to Live Aid and Farm Aid, Fire Aid. Let's see. Alanis Morissette. Dawes, I'm not familiar. Graham Nash, John Fogerty. Stevie Wonder, the Black Crowes have all joined the Fire Aid benefit concert lineup, joining previously announced performers Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, Green Day, Stevie Nicks, Katy Perry, and Jelly Roll. The one-night-only event will also feature performances by No Doubt, Pink, Joni Mitchell, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Rod Stewart, Sting, Tate McRae, the Dave Matthews Band with John Mayer for the first time. They say even more artists and special guests will be announced in the coming days. Tickets will go on sale. Ticketmaster on Wednesday at the noon hour California time. The music industry mogul producing the concert with Live Nation and AEG Presents. The Eagles, which is Irving Azoff's longtime management clients, announced Wednesday last week that they donate $2.5 million for the concert. All right, the event hosted at neighboring arenas, Kia Forum and the Intuit Dome in Inglewood. it looks like starts at 6 p.m. Will be broadcast internationally at select AMC theaters, iHeartRadio, Apple Music, Netflix, Paramount Plus, Prime Video, Max, Sirius XM, SoundCloud, YouTube. All right. Yeah, numerous corporate sponsors there. But all right, welcome back, Pappy. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, no, thanks for holding me over. No, see, the only thing I was going to say is if there is some sort of credible threat out there, and something does happen, some people get hurt or worse, man, I mean, if I was a government official, wouldn't you feel bad afterwards that you didn't maybe warn these people?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, God, speed, hope absolutely nothing happens. I think things will probably go off without a hitch, but there's always that possibility, Steve, unfortunately. Man, what was that actor's name that who was it was talking about, was on Cutting Hair? Was it Mel Gibson? Who the heck was that? He was on Fox. He was on Fox too. Do you recall his name? Who was he talking about?
I mean,
earlier.
I don't recall.
I think it's Mel Gibson. He's been going around hitting all these talk shows, and Steve, he brought up an interesting kind of point I've been trying to make for several years now, is that he was saying that about the fires in California.
Right.
He was like, he said, it baffles my mind. He says, but I have to think of this. That were these fires done intentionally? Not saying they were, not saying they weren't, but just because it enters his mind, right, that he's like, this is just crazy, you know? That sometimes things are just seem so outlandish that it's just hard to fathom, and people just can't believe it. And sometimes things that can't be believed are the truth.
Yeah.
You know? He brought up all this talk about these 15-minute cities, you know, that they're talking about. I don't know, Steve. There's just a lot of things that went bad out there that could have been prevented, and it wasn't. I do know this. I've seen a lot of videos out where there's a lot of Californians, man. A lot of people starting to question this left liberal ways of government, let's say. A lot of Californians are like, we're not going back, we're not rebuilding, we're leaving this state. And the ones that are thinking about staying are saying, man, we really need to rethink on that, what we've been sold as far as how this state is being run.
Mm-hmm.
And it might open a lot of eyes here. I don't know. It seems like a lot of this happens, you know, a lot of this craziness happens in far left Democrat cities, man. You know, the crime rate and everything else. But what else, Steve? Oh, I guess you heard Zuckerberg came out a few days ago. Right? We're not going to censor Facebook anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I don't trust him, man. Listen, all these people that are starting to come around, you know, listen, it could be a good sign. You know, I'm not saying just don't toss them to the curb. If their hearts are in the right place and they're really seeing the light and coming around, we should accept them in. But I'll tell you right now, we don't trust them. unless we get good outcomes. So we'll see what happens with Facebook, and even YouTube, I guess, was coming around. I mean, obviously we're talking about all the censorship that the government took place in, right? So we'll see what happens. And Steve, and this whole deal with TikTok, man, my only issue is I don't like the idea of government banning a social media platform, an app. Man, I think it just opens the door for what would happen if Trump wouldn't have got elected, right? Look what they did to Parler. Are they going to start banning Rumble? Come up with some excuse? I just don't know if it's government's role. You could put the information out there and try to convince people don't use the app, right? Don't download it.
Right.
So, man, I get where Sylvester's coming from, but I just don't know if I want our government playing that role. That could turn backwards on us, maybe. But that's about all I got, Steve, man. I just can't believe tomorrow's here.
Yeah, tomorrow is today. Here it is.
Or today, it's here, man. We're hours away, and let's just pray, he gets through this, and we're calling in on your show tomorrow night and having a good conversation, and let's get this country turned around. I mean, Joe Biden, as he's walking out the door, he is still, did you hear this, that he apparently designated hundreds of thousands of acres of coastal waters and even land, a federal preserve now. So he's making it harder for Trump to be able to drill.
Right.
That's his intentions. It's not because he cares about the butterflies, right? Or whatever other creatures they're talking about. He's trying to hamper Trump's ability to turn this country around.
Do we?
I heard something, Steve, that real quick. Where did I hear this at? Might have been on Fox. They went through the presidents and they were talking about, hell, it might have been your show. I can't remember. They were talking about how many presidents gave pardons out.
Yes.
Right? And I don't know. It was a couple hundred for, like Nixon, Billy Carter, maybe. I don't know. I don't know these exact numbers, but I'm just throwing them out. It seemed like the more Democrats had bigger numbers. But most of them were around several hundred to 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
I think Barack Obama did 1,200. How many do you think Joe Biden did prior to Friday?
It was over 8,000. And that's, that was actually going to be my next question. Here we are Monday morning. Do we have time for some additional last-minute pardons this morning to come out?
Steve, I heard he did 2,000. He did like 2,500 on Friday.
Really? I didn't catch that.
Yes. So, because the news was talking about it, because they were like, well, it kind of leaves the door open for Trump to pardon all these January 6th innocent people. If you were innocent of any crimes, if you, just like the little grandma, just walked in to the Capitol because the Capitol Police opened the doors, right, and let you walk in, and you got federal agents in there. A lot of people in prison, right? Steve, there's people still being held that ain't had trials yet. This is like communist stuff, man. We don't. You can't just, excuse me, throw somebody in the gulag, man. And We'll get to a trial when we feel like it. Till then, you're being held. It's craziness. So, all right, we'll see how this country goes, man. But I think we're seeing the light. We're seeing the light here, Steve. I'm feeling good about it. So, all right, my man. It's going to be a cold couple nights at work.
You're going to have to double up on the long johns.
Yeah. Good night to maybe sit in the office and do some sergeant stuff.
That's right.
Creative stuff.
Stay out of the cold.
All right, buddy.
Thank you much, Pappy. Yeah, find a way to stay warm out there.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Pappy mentioned the wildfires, and I've seen Mel Gibson has been making the rounds on numerous mainstream media outlets talking about the fires. Meanwhile, as reports over the weekend, if there were not enough outrages coming out of California to keep most keen observers livid, consider this, they say, a fire prevention project at a state park currently in the midst of the Palisades blaze was actually stopped due to environmental concerns about a shrub. According to reports from 2019 and 2020, not only was the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power precluded from undertaking a bulldozing project in Topanga State Park due to danger toward the Broughton milk vetch, but the city also had to pay nearly $2 million in fines for even starting the project. There was an article in the LA Times, August of 2019, reporting that the Los Angeles Department of Water and Public Works had intended to bulldoze an area in the park and replace flammable wooden poles with steel poles. This will help ensure power reliability and safety while helping reduce wildfire threats, was the statement at the time. The wooden poles were installed between 1933 and 1955 and are now past their useful service life. But the issue was the Broughton milk vetch, a shrub that it's down to its last 3,000 organisms in the wild. They say over half of them are in the Topanga State Park, a short-lived perennial in the pea family that grows only in areas where calcium carbonate soils that have been disturbed by fire. Scientists say this species that gets about 5 feet tall had been under siege by urban development and wildfire safety projects since they first described it in 1903. The plant was described by a man, described by the Times as an amateur botanist and avid hiker. Now, after he sent them an email about the plants in July of 2019, he returned to the site 8 days later to find that crews had bulldozed vegetation for a new dirt fire road, like a fire break. It's hard not to think if there had been blue whales and panda bears up there, they would have bulldozed them too, he said at the time. All right, so the story goes on. A year later, the city was actually, they suspended the effort permanently, agreed to a nearly $2 million fine over damage to the shrub, the milk vetch. Can't make this stuff up. About 8 before the hour. See if Eagle's still on board here. Welcome back, Eagle. Uh-oh. I think that means that's a negative. So, all right, clear lines. So dial us up at 844-844-3380. That gives me just enough time to move over. Just as I was pulling up that story there, Knucklebuster, he forwarded that same from CBS News. President Biden announcing Friday he was commuting the sentences of almost 2,500 people convicted of nonviolent drug offenses, using his final days in office on a flurry of clemency actions meant to nullify prison terms that he deemed as too harsh. The recent round of clemency gives Mr. Biden the presidential record for most individual pardons and commutations. It says he's seeking to undo disproportionately long sentences compared to sentences they would receive today under current law. Today's clemency actions providing relief for individuals who received lengthy sentences based on a discredited distinctions between crack and powder cocaine, as well as outdated sentencing enhancements for drug crimes. This is a step toward righting historic wrongs, correcting sentencing disparities, and providing deserving individuals the opportunity to return to their families and communities after spending far too much time behind bars. Now, the White House did not immediately release the names. Still, Biden said more could be coming, promising to use the time before Trump is inaugurated today to continue to review additional commutations and pardons. Friday's action follows last month's sentences, commutations of roughly 1,500 people who were released from prison and placed on home confinement during the COVID pandemic, as well as pardoning 39 Americans convicted of nonviolent crimes, the largest single-day act of clemency in modern history. All this as Mr. Biden continues to weigh whether to issue sweeping pardons for officials and allies who the White House fears may be targeted by the incoming administration. Now, it says, although presidential pardoning powers are absolute, such a preemptive move would be a novel and risky use of the president's extraordinary constitutional power. Of course, we know last month he commuted the sentences of 37 of 40 on federal death row. converting their punishment to life imprisonment just weeks before Trump, who was an outspoken proponent of expanding capital punishment. Yeah, Trump said he will roll back that order after his term begins. Okay. Of course, it started with his son Hunter, pardoning Hunter not just for his convictions on gun and tax violations, but for any potential offense committed over an 11-year period, as he feared Trump allies would look to prosecute his son for other offenses, you think? Now, if history is any guide, meanwhile, Mr. Biden also is likely to issue more targeted pardons to help allies before he leaves the White House, as presidents typically do in some of their final actions. It was just before midnight on the final night of his term, Trump, back in his first term in office, signed a flurry of pardons and commutations for more than 140 people, including his former strategist Steve Bannon, the rappers Lil Wayne and Kodak Black, and former members of Congress. So again, it's not something new, but so Joe's got the record now. So I think that takes him over 10,000 now. If it was over 8,000 Friday, 2,500 on Friday, yes indeed. I got a final hour coming up. Lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Joe Biden is celebrating the release of 3 Israeli hostages held by Hamas.
Biden spoke from South Carolina this morning.
Today's ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages is a result of a principled and effective policy that we presided over for months. And we got here without a wider war in the Middle East than many predicted. And now it falls on the next administration to help implement this deal.
Biden went on to say they were some of the toughest times he's been part of in his decades-long career in politics. In exchange for 3 hostages released earlier today, Israel will release dozens of Palestinian detainees. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Thank you.
Who books credit for this, Mr. President, you or Trump?
Is that a joke?
2 people are behind bars after the L.A. County Sheriff's Department says they impersonated firefighters in an L.A. fire zone.
Investigators say not only did they dress as fire personnel, but Los Angeles Police Department officers who were patrolling the Palisades fire area with local firefighters say they observed a fire truck that did not appear to be legitimate. Inside, a man and a woman. They were wearing CAL FIRE gear they claim to be from the Roaring River Fire Department in Oregon. Authorities say that is not a legitimate fire agency. The case has been handed over to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. I'm Phil Farrar.
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is awarding Moderna nearly $600 million to speed up the development of bird flu vaccines.
The funding adds to the $176 million HHS gave Moderna in July and will also assist in paying for late-stage development, licensing, and clinical studies. Dozens of states have reported confirmed cases of bird flu in cattle, poultry, cats, and even humans. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports the average price of a gallon of gasoline today is $3.12. The most expensive is in Kauai, Hawaii, $5.17 a gallon. Lowest prices are found in Forest County, Mississippi at $2.59. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
You know, the new year is a great time to reconsider how we do things, like how to make things better in 2025. Like when it comes to the whole struggle of how to pay for your health care, people generally are not happy with the status quo. But there's good news. There's a much better option, and it's proven too. MediShare is refreshing. You can save thousands of dollars a year. Many save up to $500 a month. And you get to choose from a huge network of doctors and providers. And maybe the best part, and we know this from research on why people join MediShare, they love this. Instead of sending your money every month to a huge corporation that might fund all sorts of procedures or things you don't believe in, you're joining a faith-based network of people who actually care about each other. And like I said, that's refreshing. There is a better option. You don't have to do it the way you've always done it. You can make a change and start saving now. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Joe Biden says Republican-led states did a poor job handling their economies during the COVID pandemic, and Democrats could have done better promoting their accomplishments to voters.
President Biden said Republican-led states did a poor job handling their economies during the COVID pandemic, and that Democrats could have done better promoting their accomplishments to voters.
Red states really screwed up in terms of the way they handle their economy and the way they handle manufacturing, the way they handle access to supply chains.
Speaking in a recorded interview with MSNBC, Biden also said his administration invested more federal dollars into red states than Democrat-led states. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Another New York subway attack. This time, a woman working was punched in the face.
Police say it happened at the West 148th Street and Lenox Avenue subway station around 1 p.m. Friday. The 66-year-old on-duty MTA worker told police she was standing on the platform when the man approached her and, unprovoked, punched her in the face. Her attacker quickly ran off. The victim was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. Police are still looking for that suspect. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
Cold weather is forcing President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration ceremony to be moved indoors tomorrow and held inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda.
Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
you say? Here we go. Final hour. 20th day of January. It is Inauguration Day. Yes, it is a holiday, a.k.a. Martin Luther King Day. And it is College Football National Championship Day. What else? Dingbat sends me the breakdown, January 20. It's also National Butter Crunch Day, National Cheese Day, Penguin Awareness Day, okay, National Coffee Break Day, and Steve, this is for you, as it is National Disc Jockey Day. How about that? I didn't even know there was a National Disc Jockey Day. All right, this date in history, 1778. The first military court-martial trial begins. In 1930, on this day, the first radio broadcast of the Lone Ranger. 1937, Presidential Inauguration Day was moved to January 20th from March the 4th. And finally, in 1981, yes, the Iran hostage crisis ended with the hostages being released after 444 days. Real quick, we were talking about presidential pardons. I just have a little feeling down deep inside that we very well this morning may see the likes of Liz Cheney, maybe other Biden family members, and especially Joe's brother. Why do I say that? Well, because late last week, the House Oversight Committee Chair, James Comer, asked President-elect Donald Trump's nominee for Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to investigate and prosecute James Biden for allegedly making false statements to Congress. A letter obtained by Breitbart News. Of course, James, Joe's brother, is a member of the Biden family business. Many of his interactions with the business are below, as being reported. During Comer's probe into the family, he found a $200,000 check from AmeriCorps, a company that allegedly defrauded Medicare, which landed in Joe's bank account via James Biden. James denied the check was due to a pre-existing business relationship. He claimed the money was a return payment for money that Joe had lent him. Comer then requested the alleged loan documents that the Biden brothers might have consummated, but the White House stonewalled that request. Comer also subpoenaed James, his Lion Hall Group, and JBBSR Incorporated entities. The subpoena appeared directed at obtaining records linked to Joe Biden's corporation, Celtic Capri Corporation, which received nearly $10 million in 2017 without specifying revenue line items. James was a business partner with CEFC China Energy Company, an organization closely linked to the Chinese Communist Party. Through suspicious activity reports, Comer discovered that Biden's associate Rob Walker received a $3 million wire transfer from CEFC in turn for Biden family members. Hunter, James, Hallie, and an unidentified Biden received a collective $1.3 million cut from that $3 million wire transfer. That's what caused House Republicans to launch an impeachment inquiry into Joe. The injury found Joe Biden played a role in and had knowledge about the business, the family's influence peddling schemes that ultimately produced more than $18 million for Biden family members and their related companies. So So there you go. And a letter sent last Thursday to Bondi. Comer asked her to prosecute James for allegedly lying to Congress. In February of last year, the Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee conducted a transcribed interview of James, who was accompanied by legal counsel. He goes through the rest of the story, but especially in light of that, you'd think undoubtedly you better pardon your brother there, Joe, and you might just offer yourself a little pardon as well, because he was involved in all those transactions. Hello to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Yesterday I must have been on the phone from 6 to 9, or no, 6 to 10, talking to Eskimo Mom, Big Sexy, Brain Dead, and Pup, telling them about what's going on with me health-wise. I'm on the antibiotics. The nurse has to come in and administer it to me, in my arm. I got a port for that. I'm doing a little bit better. I'm not hurting nearly as much. And it's going to be a long haul, 4 to 6 weeks daily.
Wow.
And yeah, and unfortunately insurance won't cover the visit, so it's coming out of my pocket. Luckily, I invested wisely over the years, and I can afford to have this little luxury to pay for it instead of ending up in a rehab center or something like that. But what I wanted to tell you was, I heard yesterday from a friend of mine, Nick, in Sparrows Point, Maryland, that Trump is going to declare an emergency to open up the East Coast and Gulf Coast for oil drilling, and I think he's going to also declare an emergency on the border. And I heard Friday on the Mark Levin show, he had his nerve to bring back the Equal Rights Amendment. Remember that boondoggle back in 1972?
Yes.
And people were wondering what's going to happen to the restrooms and all that stuff, and women would be drafted into the military. It fell short, but Biden, all by him little self, declared it legal, and I got a big laugh out of that, because that's going nowhere.
Yeah, he tried to declare, affirm, I think was the word, affirming the 28th Amendment. He called it the law of the land, which it was never It was never ratified.
No, I don't know how short it came up, but I know people were really freaking out. I remember that, and I remember the Jimmy Carter debacle with the Iranians, and I remember as soon as Reagan was sworn in, that's when the hostages were released. And I don't know what's going to happen in the Middle East or with Ukraine. I guess we'll find out. But
yeah.
I was telling one of the nurses yesterday that she's going to have a lot more money down the road because the taxes will be lowered. But unfortunately, we live in Maryland, and Maryland will find a way to take that money that we're supposed to get and put it in their coffers. And they waste all kinds of things in Maryland. I wish I could get out of here and move somewhere else, but I'm more or less stuck here for the moment, because of my medical situation. I am doing a little bit better. I'm not hurting as much, but it's just a pain in the you-know-what.
Well, one day at a time there, blind man, one day at a time.
Yeah, I'm so glad I've been made honorary trucker by Brain Dead, and so has my friend Nick. And it turns out that one of the nurses that visits me, her father was a trucker. He worked for some moving company that moved furniture from coast to coast.
Yeah.
Allied Van Lines, I think it was.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anywho, that's all I got for today, and you guys take care. I think I'm going to have a light breakfast and start getting up slowly but surely.
Ready for a brand new day, big day, inauguration day. I'm sure he'll be locked in, listening. The blind man. He mentioned, yes, the 28th Amendment. Did you catch that over the weekend? I think it was it Glenn Beck, the Bays? It may have been the Western Journal. Said that the lame duck Joe Biden is making sure that his home stretch is going to be as painful and sinister as possible. In fact, Biden spent his final Friday as president basically wearing a red army cap. Might as well have been. How did he put it? Friday, the outgoing president announced he was affirming the 28th Amendment, the Equal Rights Amendment, calling it the law of the land. His quote was, "The 28th Amendment is law of the land. I have supported the Equal Rights Amendment for more than 50 years. I have long been clear that no one should be discriminated against based on their sex. We as a nation must affirm and protect women's full equality once and for all." Now, it's at this point that most sane people would say, Joe, can you define a woman? But he goes on, it is long past time to recognize the will of the American people. Without a hint of irony after the events of November 5. In keeping with my oath and duty to Constitution and country, I affirm what I believe and what 3/4 of the states have ratified. The 28th Amendment is the law of the land, guaranteeing all Americans equal rights and protections under the law, regardless of their sex. Now, all that sounds nice and fuzzy, if totally unnecessary, but it cannot be stressed enough that Biden is nakedly trying to alter the Constitution with just days left in his disastrous presidency. This is the kind of banana republic stuff you'd expect from an honest-to-goodness dictator. The ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment, is not currently ratified because it failed to pass in enough states by a set deadline. After introduced in 1972, it failed to convince 38 states to adopt it within a 7-year time frame. In fact, the Equal Rights Amendment still could not reach the prerequisite number after a 3-year extension to the deadline in 1982. Now, the Equal Rights Amendment did eventually get those last 3 states needed, but between 2017 and 2020, which was decades after the extended deadline. So the legal issues are obvious. In fact, a senior official told the Wall Street Journal that Biden was stating an opinion that the amendment had been ratified. What? So not only is Biden's proclamation legally dubious, but it is also just an opinion. The Biden administration, ladies and gentlemen, where opinions are presented as the law of the land. Now, pouring a bit of salt into the wound, the Journal noted it was not immediately clear if Biden's statement had any legal and practical weight. Now, before any screeching leftists want to call Republicans opposed to the Equal Rights Amendment as sexist, you should know there are already constitutional provisions in federal statutes that bar any form of discrimination based on sex. Now, coming from the Wall Street Journal, furthermore, they noted conservative groups have said ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment could result in unintended consequences, such as whether jails, bathrooms, and locker rooms in public buildings like schools can be or remain limited to one sex. Joe's Friday announcement is just classic government overreach, opening a whole can of worms when none of this will be his problem as of later today. The Wall Street Journal further explained the Constitution can be amended to a convention of the states, which has never occurred, or through resolutions based by 2/3 vote of the House and Senate, and then approved by 3/4 of the states. Now, given that Republicans own both the House and the Senate, it's not likely that that prerequisite could be fulfilled before getting 38 state approvals, which, in fairness, the Equal Rights Amendment does technically have right now. But it cannot be stressed enough how destructive and nonchalant Biden has been during this final stretch of his presidency. He's pushing these mass commutation, mass student debt cancellations, and all manner of chicanery before he leaves office. The sort of behavior you would expect from a tyrant, not the adult in the room. Yeah, so Joe has tarnished his already dirty legacy with this final stretch, and people are all too eager to call him out on it. Numerous comments via social media. One from the Federalist editor-in-chief says, "Sir, this is not how the Constitution works. Dementia is not a magic ticket to become a dictator that asserts constitutional amendments into existence." Another pointed out that Biden's behavior is the exact sort of thing Americans were fleeing from via the Mayflower. You cannot issue a royal decree adding constitutional amendments. You are not a king, says another. A senior fellow at the Claremont Institute perhaps summed it up best, stating, "Desperate, sad, and running roughshod over the rule of law." Joe Biden is determined to leave his political career without a shred of dignity. There you go. You're up to speed. Industry headlines just ahead.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It is indeed amazing how time flies. Remember what was known as the Freedom Convoy during the height of the pandemic that unfolded in British Columbia, Canada. According to the report from CDL Live, what they refer to as a slow roll in honor of the trucker Freedom Convoy that took place in Canada is scheduled for the end of the month. This tribute slow roll will take place January 25th. Participants will gather at the Co-op, at whatever address, British Columbia, at 11:30 a.m. The slow roll is expected to head out at the noon hour. People looking to support the tribute in recognizing its pivotal role in sparking a nationwide wave of freedom and awareness in Canada are encouraged to gather at the Visitor Center on Highway 97 in 100 Mile House to welcome the convoy as it arrives. They say celebrity barbecue. That would be celebratory. Celebratory barbecue and shared remembrance will be served there. Meanwhile, the Arizona Department of Public Safety is asking the public's help in locating a semi-truck and driver involved in a hit-and-run crash back in November. Late last week, the Arizona DPS put out a call for help from the public in locating a truck that was involved in an injury crash on November 8 of last year in southern Arizona. Officials say the crash occurred at about 9:18 p.m. November the 8th, westbound Interstate 10 near the 243-mile marker in Marana. A 72-year-old truck driver was on foot outside of his disabled tractor-trailer when he was struck by a passing semi-truck. That truck driver sustained severe injuries in the crash. The second semi never did stop. The Department of Public Safety says the suspect vehicle is a white semi-truck with damage to the front passenger side, which probably has been fixed a long time ago. By this point, anyone with information asked to submit a tip online. Probably, again, too little too late on that. If they would have made that call out several weeks ago, or there could be someone out there that says, hey, I remember. All right, with that, we're up to about a minute from news break. The North Carolina Highway Patrol issued nearly $10 million in fines to commercial truck drivers last year, thanks to their Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program. That is a specialized unit within the North Carolina Highway Patrol to ensure the more than 15 million commercial vehicles that pass through the state each year are doing so safely. There are a team of 89 troopers that conducted more than 100,000 commercial vehicle inspections last year. More than 32,000 violations, nearly $10 million in fines.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is hopeful that the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas will hold. However, Johnson told NBC's Meet the Press the U.S. is ready to stand behind Israel in the event Hamas breaks the agreement.
We stand with Israel, and there will be hell to pay for Hamas if they violate these terms.
A ceasefire began today. Washington lawmakers approved legislation to deport illegal aliens convicted of sex crimes.
California Republican Congressman Tom McClintock criticized the more than 140 Democrats who voted against it.
The Democrats often talk about the war on women, but they couldn't care less about allowing a flood of sexual offenders into our communities and allowing them to stay indefinitely free from any fear of deportation.
Those who oppose the bill claim it will harm domestic abuse victims who fight back against their partners, and they say it paves the way for the deportation of rape victims who are in the nation illegally. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We had the 119th Congress held their first Transportation and Infrastructure Committee hearing, and trucking issues ranging from truck parking to electric vehicles to truck weights were all addressed. Last Wednesday, it was the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee hearing from stakeholders during their America Builds, the State of the Nation's Transportation System hearing. So, yes, a wide range of topics were discussed. Many trucking issues, truck parking, an issue plaguing the industry for years, continues to cause problems into the new year. In her opening statement, Sarah Gallica, Home Depot's Vice President of Transportation, was quick to point out that motor carriers hired by the retailer continue to raise concerns over the shortage of truck parking. The Home Depot's dedicated network of reputable carriers serving our stores and customers has highlighted to us that truck parking and congestion are the most significant infrastructure issues that their industry is facing. The critical shortage of parking negatively impacts drivers, safety, and supply chain. She recommended Congress appropriate more funding for truck parking, That's exactly what Representative Mike Bost of Illinois has been trying to do with his Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, and that's exactly what he brought up when it was his time to ask questions. The drivers, like I said, are in a no-win situation. I've worked ever since I've been here to try and direct money toward parking for trucks. Yeah, one issue with the truck parking is the lack of direct funding. Although parking projects are eligible for federal grants, they oftentimes lose to other projects that a state might prioritize over parking. I've got a bridge that you all took over and won't replace, so I've got to choose between replacing a bridge or giving truckers more parking. Okay, electric trucks being discussed. State and federal regulations expediting the adoption of electric trucks were a topic of discussion. Gallica told the committee that Home Depot is aware of existing and pending state and federal regulations designed to reduce carbon emissions by mandating the use of electric trucks. On the federal side, the EPA published a final rule last year that will effectively require 25% of sleeper cab tractors be zero emission by 2032. Meanwhile, California has implemented a suite of even stricter emission rules, including, as we've discussed heavily, the Advanced Clean Trucks rule that's been adopted by 10 other states. Now, it was just the day before the hearing, California pulled the plug on their Advanced Clean Fleets. In written testimony, she explained to committee members that many concerns the trucking industry has over these emission regulations. Yes, our carriers are committed to reducing carbon emissions, but there are legitimate concerns about the feasibility of electric trucks as it relates to charging stations and the associated strain on the power grid, as well as the readiness and availability of technological upgrades to adapt battery electric vehicles to satisfy deliveries to our stores and our customers. Representative Dave Taylor of Ohio expressed his disapproval of Biden's new truck emission standards while indicating that President-elect Donald Trump will reverse them. Home Depot's Gallica echoed some of Taylor's concerns by pointing out that an electric truck costs nearly 4 times as much as a diesel truck. On top of the added upfront cost, electric trucks are heavier, thereby leaving less room for cargo. She called for the committee to collaborate with the trucking industry and come up with a good, solid solutions for diesel alternatives that are cost-effective and feasible to actually implement. Other issues they discussed, maybe we'll get to here coming up. First, let's get back to Knucklebuster on board that loneliest hour. Yes, indeed.
Oh, morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. It's almost quitting time, brother.
It's getting here. It's getting close.
I know that's right. Well, anyway, I got an electric truck. I got a fire inverter up underneath the bunk back there. I run my electric appliances and all that stuff in here. Is that what you're talking about?
Maybe.
I doubt it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's all just a bunch of dog and pony show up there. I've been driving 38 years now. They ain't going to do nothing about this. You're going to have to fend for yourself about finding a place to park. Hope you don't park somewhere where you get a ticket there, right?
Yeah.
The pardons, if you don't get a pardon from Joe, all I can tell them is they better start lawyering up or get them a bunch of them high-powered attorneys there as much as they can afford there, right?
Yeah.
You take $10 million in fines, that's a lot of money, Steve.
I mean, that's just,
I could ease the pain of it.
That's just
That's
just North Carolina. I mean, and that's commercial motor vehicle fines, $10 million in that state alone. I don't know. You think they got a money revenue generating scheme going there?
I know that's right. I could ease the pain of a lot of people there with $10 million, Steve. Me and you included.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to go with them Kansas City Chiefs. Them bookies, they like that Patrick Mahomes and Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. And I think that's the one that plays for Kansas City.
Yeah.
Well, I stopped in the Ford dealer Saturday and got Tennessee a touch-up pin for that brand new car. So when you get a rock skip in it, you'll be able to touch it up there. You never can be too careful. You know how the roads are made of rocks and asphalt or rocks and concrete there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I showed them that article on Ford was developing in system so you can curse at the engineers in real time. They were laughing their ass off in there, Steve, having a big time. They were cracking jokes about that. So, well, anyway, Tom Brady, he had a real good eye at that Lions and Washington Redskins game there. He kept hollering, "There's 12 men on the field. Get off the field. Get off the field." Well, yeah, you can't have but 11 out there. If you ain't got any anti-J on your truck right now, you better get some, but I just fueled up back there and put me some more of that hot shot secret anti-gel in my truck, because it's number one according to Todd at Project Farm. But we already knew that. Didn't Ohio State do a thing on that too?
I believe they did, yes.
Yep. Well, get you some of that diesel extreme and gasoline extreme, and make sure you buy some of them Steve Sommers overnight drive products too, because Steve needs to make a paycheck on Friday like everybody else there. Well, I sent you that video of Roy Clark singing "Thank God" and Greyhound is gone.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, I don't know if you can play it, but if you can, good. If you can't, I wouldn't worry about it. But anyway, that big D promoter is playing my song. Thank God and Greyhound, you're gone. That's all my bull on it for today, Mr. Steve Sommers. Have a great day.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. You do the same. All right, what do we got coming up on the schedule here? NFL action. I don't know. I'm looking at some of these stats. So, all right, it'll be the Chiefs versus the Bills, Commanders versus the Eagles next Sunday. So, what do you see? The possibility of Patrick Mahomes coming up against Jaden Daniels? Is that the headline they're looking for? Is that the matchup that they want, the bookies? I'm looking at the stat. They're saying here from the NFL on Prime Video, only 3 times in NFL history has a team had 0 turnovers and 0 punts in a game with a rookie starting quarterback. All 3 of them were by Jaden Daniels. Week number 2, week number 3, and the wild card, which that, of course, was the upset over the Lions. I think that's the matchup they're wanting. It is 844-844-3388 to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
So for nearly a week now, some of these models, as far as weather's concerned, have been depicting the cold in the deep south and what could be, very well, an historic snow event. All the way along the Gulf Coast. From Houston to New Orleans to the likes of Gulf Shores, Alabama. Looking at one meteorologist who says every model you look at says the same thing. This could be an historic storm for the Gulf Coast. The widespread nature of snow accumulations is something we rarely see this far south. Expect this snow event to rival some of the most significant in our history. There will be some mixing issues in spots as we filter in sleet and freezing rain with the snow. Any liquid rain would only be in southern areas at the coast as the storm cranks up through the day Tuesday. A complete transition to heavy snow is possible. Where we get that complete changeover, the banding of snow will be heavy. It's in these locations where snow accumulations could exceed 6 inches. It would not be shocking to see a few 8 to 10 inch totals. With that being said, residents need to be prepared. Freezing temperatures in advance of the winter storm will set the stage for rapid deterioration of our interstate system and roadways. Expect this to occur in the early morning hours of Tuesday. Please be in your safe spot for the duration of the storm by then. Travel will become impossible from Tuesday through most of Wednesday. I would not expect improvement on the roads until probably Thursday at the earliest. As snow accumulates, it can get heavy, leading to sagging power lines and falling branches. Please watch for this around your home. It could lead to power outages as well. Once we lay a snowpack, these spots will have a very frigid night, Tuesday night into Wednesday. Lows in the teens are likely, which is an automatic pipe freeze. Stay safe, y'all. Snow can be fun, but also dangerous if you don't take precautions. We will keep you updated as this possibly historic event plays out. And indeed, last time I've seen winter storm warnings, literally along the Gulf Coast. Normally you have the onshore flow from the Gulf, the waters of the Gulf that keeps them a little bit above freezing, but not in this case. All right, a couple of other tidbits on the list here. So it is Inauguration Day. Word is the Internal Revenue Service Commissioner, Daniel Werfel, issued a letter to workers last Friday that he intends to step down from his position today, Inauguration Day. After significant introspection and consultation with others, I've determined the best way to support a successful transition is to depart the IRS on January 20. This is a note addressed to all IRS employees. While leaving a job you love is never easy, I take comfort in knowing that the civil servant leaders and employees at the IRS are the exact right team to effectively steward this organization forward until a new commissioner is confirmed. Now, his term wasn't supposed to end until 2027, so his departure today is unusual. IRS commissioners, their terms typically extend from one administration into another. His term began in March of 23 under, obviously, Joe Biden, set to end in November of 27 under Trump. However, Trump last month announced he had plans to nominate former Missouri Congressman Billy Long, who worked as an auctioneer before serving 6 terms in the House, to serve as the next IRS commissioner. Okay, some on the Democrat side say Billy Long's nomination, in their words, is a bizarre pick for IRS commissioner, but all right. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, Your Honor. So last week you were talking about the Internal Revenue Service and the External Revenue Service. Do you think there's a possibility that President Trump might swap these 87,000 Internal Revenue Service agents from being in the Internal Revenue Service to the External Revenue Service? And that'd be a good reason for him to be armed with guns to go out there and try to reclaim some of that money from external sources, wouldn't it?
Well, there's an I don't know how that was in legislation approved by Congress. I don't know if he can overturn that, or if I think Congress would have to approve any changes to those 87,000, I think.
Okay. I didn't know if he could change their working positions in government, just switch from one office to another there if they're already employed, and just switch them, say, hey, you're working over in this other department now from this one. But
well,
anyways, I just thought that'd be
I guess obviously he can appoint a new IRS commissioner. So and the new commissioner may have different plans. Maybe he could say, all right,
there you go.
You guys we're gonna focus on this instead of that.
Yeah, be interesting to see how it all works out there. So this whole next beginning of this administration and the next month or so or a couple months is going to be really interesting to see how things play out and where things go. And so hopefully all things start to go back to the way they were when, I don't know, we did pretty good in 16, 17, 18. We were doing good then. But one other quick thing here. What's this deal with Moderna here playing with these mRNA vaccinations again? They're trying to make an mRNA bird flu vaccination now. Didn't we have problems enough with the mRNA COVID vaccination?
You'd think.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, with that, Your Honor, we'll let you finish the show out there. And again, is today possibly maybe the greatest day ever? I don't know. What did Captain Ron say? Where was his opinion on this?
Oh, Captain Ron's off work today. We might hear him. Maybe we'll hear from him the day after.
All right. Then I think we just proclaim this as the greatest day, not just the greatest day of the week, but the greatest day ever. I mean, it's a holiday. It's President Trump coming back to Washington. What more could you ask for? The snow is stopped. It's just a little chilly.
I could ask for a few degrees warmer. It feels colder. I think last I checked we were down to 2. I don't know if we'll get to 0 or not this morning. And then, of course, tomorrow night, probably even a few ticks colder. Lastly here, real quick, after nearly 2 weeks, firefighters in L.A. announced Friday they were finally seeing, in their words, light at the end of the tunnel. The Palisades fire, as of yesterday, now 55% contained. The Altadena fire was, I believe, at 80% contained. So they've really made some progress in recent days with the lighter winds. But that appears to be in the process of going to change again today. Yeah, a strong zone of high pressure is going to build over the Rocky Mountains. As this rotates clockwise, it's going to support strong offshore winds across Southern California and spark our next Santa Ana event. So during the day today, the threat of damaging winds 60 to 80 miles per hour across those prone mountain regions surrounding Los Angeles, spanning from Ventura to San Diego counties. Gusts ranging 40 to 60 could occur there as well. So keep our fingers crossed. Meanwhile, we'll come back at the midnight hour tonight and we'll discuss a national championship and a new president.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,